know the Muffin Man, the Muffin Man, the Muffin Man? Do you know the Muffin Man who lives on Drury Lane?
Yes, we know the Muffin Man, the Muffin Man, the Muffin Man. Yes, we know the Muffin Man who lives on Drury Lane.
Good morning. Hey, Shizzy, welcome.
Hey, thank you, brother, for having me.
Well, it's your neck of the woods, so you might have some insights to what's going on.
Just a little bit.
He has 15 inches of
Yep.
insight. And Farrell was the first one. Brendan
Hey, Brandon.
was the third one, but the first with a 8 -. I don't know. That's probably American. Do we think that defendant bulked up for impending jail sentence, or did the old build a personal ice cream face? Well, it's good to go in there with a little dump in the trunk.
If I see the size of her, I'm trying to picture her climbing through a window of a truck.
She wasn't a small girl. She was what's known as stout. Some places.
Yeah, she wasn't small then either. She was
No.
Still had some girth to her. There's nothing wrong with it.
Good morning, little peanut. And Rob Mill, morning. Peter A. Good morning, Peter A. Brandon, I bet it was the ice cream. Yeah. And Brandon hits
it's a meat
the
bat.
ground running today. Thank you so much, Brandon. I don't know if it works. It works. I got a new toy. Thank you so much, Brandon. And a meat bat. Yeah. That's what we call it. Today, as you can see, she has really broad shoulders. She's beyond repair until Brazil invents that surgery. Well, maybe they can slim the shoulders off and put them in the behind.
That might work.
Maybe that's what happened to Ricardo's shoulders.
Maybe that could be.
But if you look in the bottom, I have a banner running. It's because they will this evening be watching the A&E special on Mr. Zachariah Anderson, a case most of us are familiar with. If you have the inclination to learn more about it, and you don't know about that case, that's the website where you can go and read about the case, and you can, if you're so declined, contribute to his defense fund. It's a very expensive thing to be charged with a crime in the U.S., and he's in the appeal phase, and his brother Solomon is his brother's keeper, a guy who has done a tremendous job to raise awareness about it. So let's all try and spread their awareness. And I know it's Christmas. It's a tough time for a lot of. Court is going absolutely crazy with the cameras. Tough time for all of us to make ends meet and stuff like that. But if you have a spare dollar or two, maybe consider contributing to the Free Zachariah Anderson Foundation. Yeah, that's the Brazilian. Hey, Christine. Good morning, Haley Wolf. Oh, you hooked that thing up. It must have been yeah, I hooked it up, and the first thing I tried messed up my sound. So that's why I asked if people could hear it. But it's nice, and I have to figure out how to use it. But thank you so much for the person who donated a Stream Deck to me. Now I can annoy you even more, even with sound, because I can also do this. And that's annoying. Maybe that should be every time Dave comes on, because we have to get ready for him.
You can't be the only one. Why did I know this happened south of Atlanta? Yeah. Yeah. It's
Why did I know this?
south of
Is
Atlanta.
that a special area? I don't know Georgia, even though I have Georgia on my mind.
Dennis, this happened in Clayton County around Forest Parkway. And yeah.
Yeah.
It gives you any idea how it can get a little screwy in a heart.
And thank you for supporting, Christine. It's very much appreciated. I got to know Dave during the Zachariah Anderson case, and we watch a lot of cases where we get annoyed because the jury doesn't go the way we want to go. But most of the times we can see, well, okay, we can see how they got to where they went.
Right.
In that case, you can't do it. It's that's such a bad case. And good morning, Peach. And Brandon, one more time with another donation.
Has anyone offered for me to narrate adult films, or is that voice too soothing? I think the voice is too soothing.
Maybe
Jamie will tell you.
I want him to do some ASMR. Maybe.
You want me to read some 50 Shades of Grey is what you want?
Yeah, you can do audiobooks for sure.
Yeah, could possibly do that. If I can read the words. Sometimes I can't read the words.
Well, Dave can spell the words, and that doesn't stop him.
That is true. That is true. I've seen him spell Gina.
It's nasty down there now. I lived in Jonesboro in the 70s. It's like Mayberry. Now you don't even want to go there doing that. Well, it was a bad part of town. Again, I don't know that part. Or Georgia at all. Good morning, Carlene. You don't want the films to abruptly end. Well, most of those films ends very abruptly for me. I get like 5 seconds into it.
Exactly,
and
Farrell. That's what I'm saying. 50 Shades is lame. I do better on the Sunday streams where I have a whole cast of characters and gets wild. Haley, China, that was funny yesterday.
There's a reason that Farrell can run an entire football team alone. With all the kids she had.
She can't keep it in her pants.
Yeah, that's her problem. She's like Will Chamberlain.
Yeah.
You don't like. I really like audiobooks when I do cardio.
Yeah.
Because then I don't want to go find a bridge and jump off it. But what happened yesterday? What movie I was watching? Well, it was about a troubled teenager and her new stepdad. It was heartbreaking story. Yeah, Christine, I know we have the seal, but I'll pull it up when something happens. Right now, I just want to look at these lovely faces. No, but yesterday we had the first witness who absolutely saw everything except couldn't really tell you how she saw it because her car was at one point. No, it was on another. Well, it was, and she could clearly, but she couldn't really, and she saw something that she didn't really see and got really testy. Really, I felt like she had a degrading look on her face. And then I had to go eat roast pig, pickled herrings, and dessert. So I don't know how the afternoon went. Jamie, do you?
The afternoon wasn't much better.
Yeah.
I was watching it in the background. I had a whole bunch of things to do, but I was able to pay attention to it. And it didn't get much better at all.
I can't even tell you what we were so confused by what she was describing because she was really putting herself in a place like not by the crime scene, but she saw everything. but also saw nothing. I don't even know. I was so confused. I was like, what did she
Oh,
even say?
David is doing that Crumbly kid.
Yeah, he's doing the Crumbly hearing, or what is it, sentencing? Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Good
Molly,
morning, Vinny.
Wendy V, and Sue, and she didn't even identify. No, did they start using, like I said, the intersection so they could tell you where they were? Because
Mhm.
did they use it?
Yeah, and she went up and she pointed to where she was at, and it was not even close to where the crime scene happened.
Yeah, it was probably half a block
Yeah.
away from where the crime scene happened.
And then she was saying that it happened all like it was her here, right? And then all happened here, but it was not even nowhere near where on the map they have it marked as the crime scene.
Yeah.
Brandon asked, wasn't Wilt the first to really do spinning basketballs, not small women?
Yeah.
What
Talking
does
about
that
like
mean?
on the finger where he would get the basketball
No,
spinning.
no, with basketball, not the
That's
one
what I
with the
said.
finger and
Where
the
you get
small
the
girls.
basketball spinning. You
Oh,
get it spinning on his fingers.
I thought that was with the small women.
Well, either way, I mean, it happens the same way, doesn't it?
He was kind of what's known as a coon dog, right? He liked the ladies. Hound dog.
Hound dog. He did.
Yeah, I think I said the wrong word there. I'm gonna be demonetized again.
I think that's like how sports players are.
Thank you, Brendan. Yeah, but didn't he have a really a lot of women around the U.S.? I think he did, but I have to look into the small ladies and the spinning. Maybe there's videos about that.
Yeah, sure.
I know this actress called Elsa Jean. She could be doing that. She couldn't figure out the map. No, I had a guy on Rumble ask a lot of. He must have been rewatching, and when he started writing, I accidentally was woken up, so I could answer most of them because it seemed like they had a lot of the same questions. Hey, Cindy Lou, both us and MLS, nice.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't Meadowlark Lemon that? I don't know that name.
Yeah, Meadowlark Lemon would have been Harlem Globetrotters.
Yeah, he's supposed to live with 10,000 women. How much is it that Gene Simmons claims he has done?
With his tongue?
He had a.
Or
Well, didn't he say he had like I can't remember how many. He had that crazy number too.
yeah.
And you know that, yeah, okay, I'm not even gonna go there.
You missed nothing, Carissa. We were just talking about the witnesses yesterday was very bad, and they never fixed the technical stuff. So you really didn't get to hear any evidence other than their claims.
Ready to proceed? Okay. It's my
Less people today than it was yesterday.
technical challenges have been worked
It's
out.
Friday.
Oh my God, thank God.
She said technical challenge has been worked out, except the microphone still doesn't work.
Yep.
Yeah, I can't hear anything. Maybe I should put in two of them.
When we republish to be on one call, we're gonna have to do it.
She's working it for the camera.
Using those speakers, the overhead system just isn't loud.
Okay.
But the document camera is working, and we can display photographs.
Yeah, that's the big problem. This could be another case decided by what happens in the newspaper more than what happens at there.
Okay. Do the medical first.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Who's Stankface? I thought it was the Grim Reaper over here.
Okay. Thank you, Bailey, for this.
What?
I thought that was Stankface because he looks
No,
like he smells of old cigarettes.
No, there's a guy that's sitting.
Certainly.
That's the chick's father. He's the one that's been sleeping this whole time. Pretty much.
Oh. No, we just do a retrial if they don't get it.
There he comes. Here comes your buddy with stank eye.
Yeah, there he is. That's Stinkface. In his little Adidas jacket.
Oh. She has there been any? Is it big in the news down there now? Like when it happened?
Yeah,
No,
are they
because I
talking-
know the NCAAP or whatever the name is
No.
raised a lot of fuss about it.
Well, they're always raising a lot of fuss, but no, I hadn't heard anything about this. Mainly because originally I didn't. Was God, it's just too much.
said it first. I said gross. Why would you guys want that? Ew.
Yeah.
That's what I have a friend who's really fond of the ladies as well, and I always think, one wife and one mother-in-law, that's enough for any man.
Mm-hmm.
But and again, 10,000 after number 50 or 60, you kind of know the drill. But thank you so much again, Brandon. And yeah, Jamie is innocent. She should cover her ears and eyes.
Yes.
Tell me earmuffs every time. Earmuffs.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'll
Do that.
back to your
MG Law has a
this
point.
morning and that you got some
He didn't
rest
marry them.
last night and that you're prepared to,
Yeah, but-
hear another day of evidence. And so at this time, I'm going to ask the state to call its next witness.
The state calls Dr. Stacy Desmore.
Stacy Escort.
Yeah, this is going to go quick with his defense. He's just going to go, yeah, okay. Not disagreeing any of these facts. It's never very fast whenever he's, cross-examining him. He's pretty efficient on his questions. He doesn't waste a bunch of time.
Yeah.
I've been pretty impressed with him.
I like him a lot, actually. His accent is amazing. Chip, chop, chip. Go.
Is she carrying a bowling ball?
Okay, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm the testimony that you will provide to this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Would you
She's
have
got
us
one of
read
those
before you step up
masks.
to the microphone?
So sick of these.
All right. Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
When I was out buying my Steam
Good
Deck,
morning.
they had
I'm Dr.
boxes
Stacy
standing
Desmore,
in
spelled
last year. You would just take a box of those
S-T-A-C-E-Y,
masks.
last name D-E-S-A.
And now all of these people are bringing it back.
And what is your current occupation?
I am currently the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner at the Cobb County Medical Examiner's Office in Atlanta, Marietta, Georgia.
Do you know that
And
she's
how long have you been practicing that?
Yeah.
I have been practicing forensics pathology specifically just over 14 years.
This one is
And are you board certified?
it's
Yes,
it's
board
at the
certified
Clayton
in
County
anatomic
courthouse,
pathology and
which
forensic
is
pathology.
And can you please
Jonesboro?
explain to the jury your educational background from undergrad?
I'm trying to
to
think what
law
road that's
with
on.
your fellowship?
Same
Yes,
same
I
place the
earned
clerk's
a
office is.
degree in biology from UCLA, then completed
a person asked
a-
On
wrote to
Terra
me
Boulevard, Jonesboro. Yeah.
I'm sorry,
on
medical
Rumble
school
yesterday
at
that
the,
it
Morehouse
seems
School
like
of
they're wearing
Medicine
the
in
mask
Atlanta,
more
Georgia,
because they're afraid
then
what
an
happens if she
anatomic
doesn't get
pathology
convicted, then
residency training
they're afraid of
program
any coups.
in
Yeah,
Davis,
I doubt that's
California,
Welcome,
why they're doing it.
number
University of California,
21,
Davis,
Judge Maddie.
and then completed a forensic pathology training program at the
Well,
Fulton County Medical
again, if you're doing it more to
Examiner's
hide
Office within
yourself,
the
then
University in Atlanta, Georgia.
MG,
Oh.
as soon as you get on stream, your gentle side comes out.
I
Even back when you were
began my
still
career at the
thrown
Georgia Bureau
in the
of
middle 90s, you
Investigation, the
couldn't get.
GBI's headquarters laboratory indicated program.
Now, can you describe your job
Oh,
duties
that's
as a
awesome.
forensic pathologist?
In general, my duties are to perform autopsies to determine the cause and manner of death in cases that are reported to the medical examiner's office, then prepare a report.
And yes, Brandon, this is the ME, and the mask is actually fitting, but it's a cloth mask, so it doesn't work
Well,
because
I sent you a picture of the mask. You can order them online. I sent it to you in Discord.
Denmark did the first wide scale study of mask before we really got into any of the lockdown, and it showed it won't work, and we still kept doing it for 2 years. But thank you so much again for telling us that MG couldn't hit 10K women, even when he played ball.
Report of my findings and occasionally testify in court as today.
Now, as a medical examiner, are you required to complete any continuing education?
Yes.
And what does that
It's a
involve?
special mask.
Yes, for our continuing medical education, we are required to complete 70 hours of continuing medical education units per every 2 years.
How about your
And approximately
fastball?
how
How
many
much did that hurt?
autopsies have you performed in your career as a medical examiner?
Over my career, about 4,000.
And have you testified in court before?
Yes.
And about approximately how many times?
Probably around 100.
They're checking temperatures.
Several times here in Clayton County.
Yeah, they're
Now, at this
checking
time,
temperatures of
Lieutenant
everyone
Stevens
coming
is
into the
an
courtroom. I saw
expert
that
in the
yesterday.
field of forensic
It's
pathology.
It's pointless. They're already there, guys.
I'm just
I don't
going to go back and hear his objection.
Sorry.
No,
I'm
sorry.
yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to derail. It's just like, okay, I was there just 2 days ago. I went to the clerk's office. They're not doing any of that stuff. This has got to be for TV and for show.
Well, you're doing
I'm
it
serious.
already in the room. I mean,
Like I said, this is for TV or show or something, because I didn't see any of this going
Can
on.
I ask, not that it has any it doesn't mean anything. I know that. What's the majority voting in that county?
The majority voting in that county, don't know precisely the percentages, but it is a large percentage Black in that county, especially in this particular area.
is it?
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm thinking about Democrats.
No, I mean, it's a fair question. Clayton County and Fulton County border, they have a border, and basically the airport is like right there in between both of them. So you could be in the airport and be in Fulton County, and go to the other side of the airport and be in Clayton County. High Democrat, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably a very liberal county, and that's you will see this leading into something next year. There will be a lot of masks and a lot of diseases coming around. Not to get
Nope.
political, I'm just going to hear his objection again.
Expert
Yeah.
in the field of forensic pathology.
It's not an
Okay, so
objection. He
I-
just said we agree. You don't have to go through it. That's
She
nice.
is admitted as an
Yeah.
expert in forensic pathology.
Well, good.
Yeah.
And Dr. Desimore, what is pathology?
Pathology is a
Here we go.
subspecialty of medicine that deals with the diagnosis
I hate
of
you always have to
disease.
do this.
And what is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is a subspecialty within pathology that deals with the investigation of sudden and unexpected deaths, and also the interpretation of injuries.
And can you
Good
explain
morning,
what an
Jules. You came
autopsy
just
is?
in time for the expert to
Sure.
say
An
why they're an
autopsy
expert.
is basically a
We'll
physical
have her.
examination of
Hello.
a person who's died. We start by examining all of the external body surfaces, looking for any evidence of natural disease or injuries that may have caused or contributed to a person's death. And then we open the body cavities and examine all of the internal organs, looking for evidence of the same.
Now, did you perform an autopsy on the body of Kenneth Herring in connection with GBI case number 2019-1012838?
Yes.
And when
Good
did this
morning, Danny
autopsy
T.
take place?
May 8th, 2019.
And during this autopsy, did you follow the same procedures that you just described as far as external and internal examination?
Yes,
Come on, take care of the 4K ring,
Now,
you
did you publish
idiots.
a report in reference to
Jesus.
this autopsy?
I did.
Let's go. If my wife gets on this jury and it's televised, can we cover it? I stalked the doc, and I think it's a lawyer who lost it on 20 to 30 people. If it comes up and it's televised, sure we can. If it it's a lawyer going AWOL with 39 people. That could be interesting. And is she on? Yeah, you're talking about they're down there trying to select the jury now. So that'll be starting up like next week or whenever. This one is supposed to end early next week. So or else maybe we can find another way to tag team it, so I can go to that one, and we'll look at it. It sounds like a fun one if a lawyer lost it.
And were photos taken during this autopsy?
Yes.
Now, during your external examination of Mr. Herring's body, did you find any external evidence of injury?
Oh, she made
I
it through
did.
selection.
And
Well,
what did you find?
fine.
There was a small bruise here on the left upper chest region near the collarbone and a gunshot wound of the abdomen.
Now, prior to you conducting your autopsy, what type of things would you have to, I guess, refer to before you begin your examination?
Yeah, you hear the
investigators
ringing.
at the GBI
Whoa,
investigate the death and
like
prepare
a
an
canny.
initial report of their
No, it's
Tinny
bad
sound.
I would
EQ.
have had that to
I can
review
explain what's
prior to
going
the
on if you want me
autopsy
to.
examination.
Well, can you go down to the courthouse and explain them?
Significance that you found
No.
in that report?
I won't go there.
Anything of significance? Can you be a little bit more specific?
Was there anything in that investigative report that led you to
There they go. They fixed it.
conduct any further examinations in this case?
Well, we were told that Mr. Herring sustained a gunshot wound. We were told some initial information about his medical history and that the death was being investigated by the police.
And was there any indication regarding any, you said medical condition?
Yes, we were told that specifically that he had a medical history of hypertension and diabetes.
Now, once you heard that, or once you learned that there was a history of hypertension and diabetes, did you conduct any tests regarding diabetes and hypertension?
Yes, as a part of the autopsy examination, because he had a medical history of diabetes, I conducted a test that helps to look for any evidence of elevated blood sugar.
And did you find any elevated levels of blood sugar?
It was not elevated.
And can you explain why that may have been?
Dang.
So, the test, more specifically, the test can show us if his blood sugar was elevated at the time of death, but it cannot tell us if the blood sugar was low after death. When a person dies, the blood sugar continues to be metabolized very, very quickly. So even in a person whose blood sugar was normal at their time of death, that test would show low blood sugar. That's just the normal course of what we call postmortem change. So if his blood sugar was already low, there's no way for me to differentiate if he had a low blood sugar at the time of death versus the normal postmortem lowering of the blood sugar.
You would not have known if the EMTs or the hospital had provided him any insulin after the shooting?
No, I was not given that information.
Now, in conducting your examinations, is there any review of any toxicology reports?
In this case, yes, I submitted blood specimens for toxicology.
And what were the results?
He had a negative comprehensive blood screen.
And can you explain what this comprehensive toxicology would have entailed?
Yes, so the comprehensive blood screen at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation tests for all the major and common drugs of abuse, and there are hundreds of different additional drugs that the panel covers.
And you said everything was negative?
Yes.
And what about the blood alcohol content?
It was negative as well.
Now, going back to the external examination of Mr. Herring, you indicated that there was a small bruise where?
Over the left clavicle region.
any other external evidence of injury?
Yes, a gunshot wound of the abdomen.
Now, can you describe to the jury what stifling is?
So let's go back a little bit. When a gun is fired, not only the bullet leaves the barrel of the gun, but the bullet is accompanied by different gases of combustion and also.
Did you answer?
Yeah, I did. It's about 45 minutes from where I live, and that's in lighter traffic. It could be anywhere between an hour and a half. Not the greatest. He was like, "Oh, you got to do it once." It's like, yeah, you got to. For my melanin, I have to be carrying, and that courthouse they've got plenty of armed guards. Probably better well armed than any prison during a riot that you could possibly think of. Seersucker suit or tuxedo when he goes to court. I don't have a seersucker suit anymore. Doesn't fit. But I do need to get some exercise. He is right.
That got too big for you.
Yeah, that's what it was. I started shrinking, getting old.
Yeah, he could have hurt himself in the original car accident, and a bruise on his chest could be from the seatbelt.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he crashed into.
Yeah, he crashed into a car.
That
Yeah.
apparently, stuff was leaking from his car. It was an accident. So it's
Well, that's what somebody said was leaking from his car. It doesn't necessarily mean that there was too much leaking from his car.
Yeah, the guy at the scene said they saw it, and then the lady yesterday said she saw it and smoked.
But she also said that she saw her reaching through the window and punching him from 3 blocks away, and also, or that she climbed in the window.
Well, I would think
that she crashed. That there was a crash there also. That he hit her there.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just like it. Like they're all those people had different variations of the same story, and I don't think that they're denying that the gun went off, that a bullet killed him, but whether it was because he was wrestling for her with the gun or whether it was self-defense. I mean, they haven't. I mean, their witness has been too inconsistent for any definitive. Here's the smoking gun kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a contact wound again could be double-sided. It could be her going up, sticking it in, or it could be him dragging it in.
Yeah.
But it's going to be interesting to see what they say.
I think he was outside of the car whenever he was shot.
Well, yeah, it's not that sturdy, my fault.
Yeah, but see, like I said, they didn't make any of this kind of stuff clear.
No.
The only thing that was clear to me was that the accident and damage, because I feel like that would be the one place that people would not really, I mean, that wouldn't be a focus, I would think. So that to me is like, okay, I get, okay, he crashed, had stuff leaking from his car, and it was smoking.
Well,
but everything else doesn't make sense to me. I don't like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, from what I understand is she went back to her car to throw a sweater on because her clothes were ripped and she didn't want to be exposed. And that's why she went back to her car. From what I understand, I could be wrong on this. I mean, like I said,
no, that's what they said.
They haven't made a whole lot of sense throughout this. Each witness that's gotten up there has been making it more and more confusing.
Yeah, and Brandon says, I don't know. The guy who was on the stream saying on stand accident told her to stop, shoots him, then has to admit this went on for 20 minutes. Just odd. Yeah. And I didn't see yesterday's afternoon, but I got that feeling that the first witness, the little Miss, I don't know, she felt more like she had read what happened afterwards.
Yeah,
that's what she testified to. It wasn't what she saw. It was what, and I wrote it down last year when I could remember it, and now I lost my phone, so I don't remember it anymore. It was such a stupid and
The biggest thing
according
to me
according
with
to
her,
witnesses, he was in the car when he was shot.
Okay.
So yeah.
Well, and that
And
would
Peter-
make sense. But here
Peter-
was the thing that was really hard to understand is because one person's saying she had the gun in her right hand, had a holster on her right side. The other one says that he had a holster on the left side, that the gun was in her left hand, that she was hitting him with her left hand and then hit him with her right and switched. I was like, okay, which one was it? Because you're telling like so many different stories. Like none of these are making any sense.
like to me, seeing a fight happening in that quick of a time frame, like how are you gonna remember like, oh yeah, she punched him with the right and then switched again? Like she was talking like that, and I was like, I don't know. That was just so confusing to me. Like, wait, what?
And I don't think there's any witness videos.
That's
She's
not what
leaking-
they
she's-
said.
Yeah, they said they have something, but the tech wasn't working yesterday though, so they couldn't bring in all the witnesses, and they couldn't that had tech.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
She's leaking, she's soaking wet, she's leaking, she's soaking wet.
Soaking wet.
Shake it like a salt shaker baker.
Okay.
Should we get back to the trial before we go all the way off the tip? It was in the opening they had video. Okay. This is turning into an MG Law stream. We played 2 minutes of the court, and then we just talk for 4 hours.
Well, we were talking.
Burned and unburned gunpowder particles. The burned gunpowder particles are very light, like soot, like ash, and they don't fly very far from the barrel of the gun after it's fired. So if we see soot around,
Of course,
the
not
wound,
after
we
it's
know
fired, it
that the
wouldn't.
barrel of the gun
When it's
was
fired, they
in
will.
close proximity.
It's called stippling.
In general, we talk about general ranges, within a few inches of the body. The unburned gunpowder particles, however, are heavier, so they're able to fly a little bit further from the gun. And so when we see these little marks, these tiny little marks on the skin caused
Just as
by
long as I
those
know my role.
unburned gunpowders, that is stippling. And when we see those marks on the skin, we know that in general, the muzzle of the gun was within a few inches up to about 2 to 3 feet, depending on the ammunition and the weapon used.
And did you find any soot in the skin?
There was no soot.
Did you find stippling?
Yes, we found a very few stippled abrasions, as we call it, or stippled marks around the gunshot wound.
And just to be clear, what would that have indicated to you?
That would indicate at least there was between a few inches to 2 to 3 feet from the body.
So she was close to him.
Yeah, which again could be her going up to do it or him grabbing and pulling.
It doesn't say what happened. It just says she was close to him.
Yeah.
I'm showing you what has been previously marked as states exhibits 32, 33, 34,
I'm just
and 35.
getting ready if they show anything.
They haven't been really like.
We haven't heard about his clothing. They can't capture the lawyer's voice, but they can capture the lady in the high heels in the background.
Now, do you recognize those photos?
I do.
And what do you recognize those photos to be?
These are pictures taken at the time of autopsy of Mr. Herring's body.
And do they appear to be in the same? Do they appear to be the pictures that were taken by you during the autopsy?
Yes.
All right, the state moves to enter states exhibit 32, 33, 34, and 35. Any objection? No objection. Admitted without objection.
Maybe MD Law can opine on this. Seems like should be a 4-day, not a 4-week trial if they had a good case. It's set to go. They actually were supposed to finish like today on Monday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Supposed to be fast, which that doesn't seem.
No,
But they lost half a day yesterday.
Yeah.
Half
So
a day on Monday.
it might be Monday before they do anything. My suspicion is, you know, if he's bringing her in for self-defense, he's going to use her as a witness, or she'll go up as a witness. Awesome. But I would not say that this is going to be a super long trial. I mean,
No, when they were starting on Wednesday, they said it was probably going to last till Friday, but now probably Monday or Tuesday. And I was like, wow, I mean, I guess we're.
Brandon, that's the rule of short cases, is they're always long.
Well, we're
And-
hopefully
and,
I'm
cases
showing you
that are
State Exhibit 32. Would this have been an ID photo of Mr. Herring once he came into the lab?
That's correct.
And that number that we see would be the GBI number that's associated with his case?
Yes.
but we saw it in Jesse Kosivsky. That was
Now I'm
meant
showing
to
you
go
State
for
Exhibit 33.
a month, and it lasted 2 weeks. So,
yeah.
and then we had the Laurie Ann Phillips. That went a day longer than suspected. So we can be lucky, because how much can they bring in eyewitnesses? And
Okay, and in State
now you have
Exhibit
the
33,
ME.
what are we seeing here?
What else can they prove?
Just above the ruled placard that
then maybe she has a
bears the
Facebook
decedent's
filled with
assigned case number, there is a circular
racist
defect
comments.
there that is a gunshot and entrance wound.
Nope.
And I'm going to show you State Exhibit 34.
They're not allowed to mention citizens arrest, because that's
They
legal in
didn't.
Georgia.
Well, they haven't at
And
that
it's
time.
just the
It
same
was.
gunshot wound, just zoomed
But
in.
you're also
versus-
talking about. I'll go into that. I can't.
No, there was a little kerfuffle in
Now,
Georgia.
can you tell us
Yeah.
what the entrance, where the bullet would have entered?
No, it got
That is
taken
the
away, but
entrance
she's going to
wound
be
And the direction. of
probably
the
going
bullet.
to be.
The
I'll admit Aubrey
direction of the
took that
bullet
away.
through the body, the
Yeah.
path through the body. The bullet
get some sleep,
traveled from
All
the
right.
front of the body
Hey, Farrell.
toward the back. Very slight right to left deviation through the body and downward.
And was
So
there any
slightly
exit
right
wounds?
There was
deviation
not.
and downward. Okay.
And did you recover any projectiles from
No.
Mr. Herring's body?
Yes, so the bullet traveled through the abdomen. It struck the small intestine, the large intestine, the colon, and the left kidney. Then it came to
Something like
rest
this.
just beneath the skin of the left side of the back.
Now,
That's
what
consistent
type of
with them
effect would that
sitting in the
have
car.
on Mr. Herring's body?
Yeah, but
It resulted in a
But
massive loss
said
of
it
blood.
came to rest in the left side. So here's if you're looking at that,
No,
where
right
that-
to left. That doesn't make sense.
yeah, it's going right to left. Yeah, if it's going right to left, you've got it going.
I got to go left to right.
Yeah, because that
Yeah.
makes no sense.
All right, I'm showing you what it's.
Well, it said it went in one way and then curved and went the other way.
Can you identify that?
Right to left should be this way.
Yes, I
But-
can.
And what is it?
Yeah, if you're
This
sitting
is the
there,
bullet
right to
we
left would be that
recovered
way.
From Mr. Herring's
driver's
body
side
at
is
the
here.
time of autopsy.
So
Uh-huh.
How are you able to tell that that
You
is the
should-
bullet that you pulled from his
That
body?
doesn't make sense.
Unless he was
Inside
pulling
the
it and
evidence
twisting
box
her
is
hand
a
or something.
label,
and it went
which
off.
bears the decedent's name and
That'd be the
assigned
whole
case
way.
number and my initials, and then the
Like to grab a
exterior
hold
of the box
and
is
trying to
sealed with
pull it
red
out
evidence
and it
tape,
goes
also
off,
bearing my
and it
initial
would have
and the
gone
date of
the opposite
examination.
direction because her hand would have gotten twisted in.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
so
and
if
Peter,
let's say-
Peter says in front right, out left. No, I have to think now. Yeah, right is towards
And now I'm going to publish.
yes,
State Exhibit
the
35.
gear shifter.
yes.
And so is this what you retrieved from?
So
Mr.
what would have
Herring's
happened
body?
is, and if you're looking at me, this is my right side, this is my left side, this
Just a
this is
projectile that was
closer to the
retrieved
gear
from Mr.
shift.
Herring's body.
Is
That's correct.
she comes in the window,
Now,
he
did you
grabs a
also
hold
conduct
of
an
it,
internal
pulls like
examination of
this,
Mr. Herring's
and that
body?
would give
Yes.
it going from right to
And
left,
were all of his organs
like
present?
pulling her
Yes.
hand
And
like
did you
that
observe any
would have brought
evidence
it
of any
going down that way.
internal injury?
And Brandon says
Internal
technically all
injuries,
arrest of
yes,
my citizens, even if
along
they
the
choose to dress
gunshot
up like
wound path, as I
blueberries for work
mentioned
every day.
before, the bullet struck
You're not wrong when
the
you're right.
stomach, both the large intestine, the small intestine, and the left kidney.
All right, can you explain to the jury
Yeah,
what the
any
cause
sign
of death
of
is
story.
generally?
The cause
Wouldn't
of
matter
death
if
We
she's
don't
left
really
or
know
right.
if she had it in the left or the right
injury
hand.
or
No, I mean like the way the
natural
shot.
disease process that causes.
Well, I answered Dennis Heaton, who asked if you were left-handed. I said we don't know because there's different stories if she had the gun in her left or her right hand.
Yep.
Death.
And what was the cause of death in Mr. Herring's case?
Gunshot wound of the abdomen.
And what is the manner of death generally?
The
So,
manner of death
hand goes towards the
takes
abdomen.
into account the circumstances around
Yeah.
the death to explain how the death occurred.
Yeah.
And we have basically four choices: a natural
Just picture
death,
this hand
accident,
coming across
illegal death,
and getting
suicide,
pulled in
and homicide.
And what was
and
the
trying to
odds
rip
Mr.
a gun out of somebody's hand. Gun gets
Yeah.
twisted around, goes off, boom. So it hit on the right side of his abdomen, came out and struck the left kidney. Yeah, I think left kidney, and then came out.
Yeah, but you have him sitting here.
Mm-hmm.
And she's allegedly
morning.
standing here.
Okay.
My name's Matt Tucker. I'm the attorney here from this.
Oh,
side.
here.
And I just want to go over a
She
couple of details you brought out and that you made notes of. Now you're familiar, you wrote a summary.
You know what's weird? I kind of want to know what happened. I kind of want to know what happens ends here, and I doubt we will learn via the trial.
Yeah.
I doubt it very much as well, because the witnesses has been more trying to prove an agenda than I don't see them as very believable witnesses.
No.
So you're right.
Yeah. That's why that's why so many things. The husband is right hand but shoots left. I can shoot either left or right. I prefer right because I don't like getting hot casings down my back.
Down your boob window. Which hand she had it in could be critical. The wound would be more consistent with it being her left. Exactly. And the resting. But she was in the window, and that to me seems weird. Was she grabbing for his keys in the ignition maybe, and having it in her right hand and trying to get it with the it's weird. Let's hope we get it out, but let's hear how the defense does her.
Summary of this investigation or autopsy, correct?
I did.
And in this summary, you talked about what was notable from the body that you received, correct?
I did.
And one of the things was notable was a gunshot, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then you mentioned here that there was some slight bruising on the left shoulder.
There was, yes.
Do you recall where you put that in your autopsy summary?
It is in the evidence of acute injury section, right at the very end on page 3.
Okay, and where it says external examination?
Just above that, 2 lines above that, it says other injuries.
Mhm.
A small contusion there.
So a contusion. So was it on his left side shoulder, correct?
It was, yeah, right overlying the collarbone.
Okay, would that be where commonly a seatbelt would go across the body?
Yes.
Well, MG
And was that
is making a
bruise
point
kind of
here,
in a
but
square
no,
or
it
kind
wouldn't.
of in a size that would be consistent with
Unless she was standing on the
possibly
passenger side.
seatbelt abrasion?
No, a seatbelt tends to make a broader mark based on the size of the seatbelt. This was a much smaller bruise.
So it's much smaller than, say, the size of a seatbelt.
Absolutely, yes.
So I have a pin top or
Just probably a little larger than a pin top.
pin top. Okay. Now, I noticed you said that you collected some blood and then you sent it off for a drug test, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and who completed the drug test?
This would have been the GBI State Crime Lab.
Would it be Miss Cook?
This woman is
Toxicologist,
getting real
I
one.
don't
It's
have
not
the
her preferred
toxicology report, so
training.
I'm not sure whose name is on it.
I think she's pretty solid.
And you said that
I hope.
Oh, this
commonly
woman right
they
here
test for
being
all
railroaded.
the
Yes.
drugs
Yeah,
that
this-
are addictive or that are commonly used in abuse.
Yes,
say
in their
the
comprehensive
witnesses-
panel, they test for all the common drugs of abuse, as well as a few hundred additional drugs.
So if I may.
Nonya, no, he hit another car. He hit a semi truck and then
Yeah.
fled the scene. After stepping out of his car, he got back into his car, fled the scene. The state claims he did that to go to the hospital because he was having a diabetic reaction. And this lady believed he was fleeing the scene and was told by a prison guard to go get his VIN number. And that's how all of this started.
And this witness just said that they tested him and his blood sugar level was not outrageous.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, the state story is just as far from the truth as
you are from me.
And yeah, no one knew he was having a diabetic episode. That was just, it all came from that correction officer that said that looked alike. Because clearly he passed away, so he wasn't able to say, hey, I was feeling this way. So everybody's just assuming.
Yeah, and she thought that he was drunk. He says that on the 911 call.
Yeah, because I mean, who fled from a scene after, that's very odd.
Right.
Yeah, and as Jamie just said, no, he didn't say anything because he just got in his car and drove away, and they claim he was going for the hospital.
Yeah.
But he passed a closer hospital, so it doesn't make much sense.
Mm-hmm.
And I really hope that the defense will bring that up.
Yeah, I mean, he could have just waited for the ambulance, but he didn't.
Yeah, so that story doesn't really add up.
I'd be interested to see if he had insurance, driver's license, any of that kind of stuff on him whenever he fled.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a possibility because it's not uncommon for people not to have good insurance here in Georgia. A lot of times what people would do is because, this is back in the 90s. A lot of people would go find friends or family in Alabama because you didn't have to have insurance in Alabama. They would get their car registered and tagged and then come back to Georgia. And every year or 2 years, they'd go back to Alabama and get their tag renewed. But they lived and breathed here in Georgia, but didn't have insurance because it was expensive.
Jamie, what's an ambulance?
Ambulance.
Was it something a witness said?
Yes.
So an ambulance is what comes to pick you up whenever you've injured yourself or had a heart attack. There's a couple of guys that were driving an ambulance. They're in what is it, Chicago?
Ambulance. There's all kinds.
This is like reading Dave's text. Weird tinnies, I'm getting a computer. Well, thank you for the super chat. I'll try to decipher it while I play the video.
Too. I was like, wait, what?
Play the video. This prosecutor does not like him at all. It's very clear.
Like anybody. She's just got a nasty attitude.
Well, she's been dealing with all these criminals for most of her career. I'm sure she's not.
And if I may approach, Your Honor.
Let me show you here somebody.
Hey, Dave.
Hey, Dave.
Hi, Dave.
Amber lamps one.
Amber lamps.
Amber lamps.
I have to find that for a break.
Amber lamps in Alabama.
Yes.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I would like to tender what I defense exhibit number 10.
Any objection from the state?
10 was-
I think I found it. We'll do that in a break.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll
All right,
go
no objection, Your Honor. Okay, admitted without objection.
ask for my monetization back right after.
And you stated the
I love it.
the
That
bullet
would be hilarious.
had actually come in at a close range or something close to, as close to a couple of inches and as far as possibly 2 feet, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you extracted the bullet, correct?
Yes.
But you examined the whole body, correct?
Yes.
Well, thank you so
Okay,
much, K
first round.
Squared. So someone besides Brandon is on the Wall of Fame today. Well, none of you have to contribute to the Wall of Fame. It's very much appreciated, but never
It is.
expected.
Is that the
I think
bullet
that's the
fragments
YouTube
from the
thing to
one that
say.
went into his abdomen?
They are not.
Okay, where were those bullet fragments taken from?
These are bullet fragments that were actually taken from the right upper arm of Mr. Herring. These are old bullet fragments. He had sustained a gunshot wound in the past, and these were fragments that remained in the body.
Oh,
And could you tell how old they had been in the body?
I cannot.
But those weren't the bullets that we were talking about that went into the abdomen,
That's
correct?
correct.
Okay.
So
And
he had old bullets in his body.
yeah.
you said that it came
Fragment.
in at a up to downward, right to left angle, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And with how many others?
You may publish.
And Haley Wolf gets in on the rainbow train as well. Thank you so much, Haley.
Mhm.
So the way this is sitting right there, would that
Sorry.
be a fair reflection that his body was standing like this?
Love it.
I can't tell you his positioning.
Oh,
But that's the angle of the bullet going into the body, correct?
This picture is a bit
Brendan,
too zoomed in.
you're
I
more
would
than
need a little
welcome
bit
to
more
not
reference in
save
the
to
picture.
chat. You're welcome in chat anyway. But thank you so much for
Would that
talk.
help?
Yes, so this picture is actually upside down as it's displayed.
So this would be. Let me try to zoom in.
Hey, Anthony Lewis.
So this wouldn't be his belly button.
It
would
is.
just be his chest.
Right, so the
So-
way it's displayed is actually upside down.
But if he was standing in the position I'm standing, would that be a fair and accurate
It
representation?
is still upside down, just for reference sake.
Okay, so when you
His head would be toward the top of the screen. Yes, so his head would be toward the top of the screen now, and his belly button there. The dark structure in the top left-hand corner is his nipple areola complex. So where this gunshot wound is.
I think it's a good
positioned
thing to bring in. He had
is in the
old bullets in his
left side
body.
of the upper abdomen.
So it would be reflective of his body standing like this, correct?
Potentially, yes. But I cannot tell you what position he was in.
I'm talking the bullet hole as comparison to his body. His body being the chest up here, and that would be the position he would be in from that picture.
I cannot tell you what position the decedent was in. I can tell you that this gunshot wound entered the left side of the abdomen.
Okay, but that's his abdomen.
Oh,
and
only
if
one
it were
bullet from her
to-
gun, but they found bullet fragments from other bullets,
Yeah.
older ones.
When he was just clarifying that
reference.
these fragments were elsewhere.
Purposes.
Yeah.
There's a reason.
It just doesn't make sense.
Well, I don't know.
All right. So
Is-
the reason why
was-
he was confirming that these were old fragments is because he wanted to to make sure that it wasn't some sort of ricochet or
Yeah.
anything like that caused it to go in opposite direction. That's why
This is a diagram of the body.
And
And
I'm not sure I
that's
have
their
100.
accurate representation of what a human
You're,
body would
you're
look
more than
like.
welcome to save some of them and go contribute
Yes,
and,
in standard anatomical position,
to
yes.
Okay, and you said
Ace
this
Exactly.
bullet
Moonshine
hole
Foundation
came
tonight.
from a
Thank you so much.
top to bottom,
I need more.
left,
paper
or
clips.
sorry, right to left position, correct?
That's the direction through the body.
Okay.
He certainly could have sustained this injury while lying down and gotten that path through the body. He could
Thank you
have
so much, Brandon.
sustained this injury bending forward and sustained that same direction. So I cannot tell you what exact position he was.
But is she talking about the gunshot wound that killed him, or the old one?
No, she's talking about the one that killed him.
Okay.
When he sustained
So-
the injury, I can only tell you the direction through the body.
And that's what I'm asking for, the direction through the body. You said it was a right to left, slightly sloped, and it went and hit some major organs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If I may approach again, Your Honor. So could you draw how the bullet went through the body? Just so we can have an understanding.
Hey, Stace. No, it was falling over, and then I sneezed.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, he's making it very clear that for this to have hit him, the gun would have had to, it wasn't like she reached in and shot him here. That gun had to be facing the other direction, and that's the point he's making.
Yeah, because
About
the
right.
direction from
Well,
the
and
passenger
that's
side
fine
towards
because they're
the
on-
driver's door
on opposite
would imply that gun should have been in the middle of the
both
car,
on the same.
Yeah.
Okay.
or he should have been almost having his right arm out.
Yeah, he would have been turned around in his seat, like facing out the back windshield.
Yeah.
Windscreen.
I have to go blow my nose again. Sorry.
But according to witnesses, he was sitting there doing nothing, and she was just
She just started beating on him and then
Entrance
put a gun in there
the
and
entrance
fired.
Exit or, it's hard to see where in the exit.
Is there a line you could draw that was going through the body?
Want to chug a beer? It is 10 o'clock in the morning. It's too early for that right now. And I need to go get more beer. So before I start drinking,
They are very close
got to get more
together.
beer. Plus I
So-
have a date with my wife tonight. So I will-
well, loosen you out. I'm kidding.
no, that would loosen me up quite a bit.
Is this a fair and accurate resemblance?
Thank you though. I appreciate it. Not today. And then I also have to get on the roof after lunch and go blow off the leaves and blow off the back deck because we're supposed to get rain Saturday
Yes.
morning at about 3 o'clock in the morning. So being on the roof after drinking is not good.
No, I like to keep you around, Shizzy.
Yeah, me too. I'm sure my wife would appreciate it. It is 5 o'clock somewhere. Yes.
Okay, so
Twist, turn, and shot, depending on the
that
decade. Go anyway.
stated that bullet came in on his
Filter through some bread.
left side of the body,
Yes.
angled at a downward,
Yes.
right to left.
Very slightly right to left.
So if there was a gun
'Cause
that
it's
shot, it would have had to been inside or close to his body. It couldn't have been from shooting it. If he was here, it couldn't have been shot this way, correct?
When you say he was here, you have to go,
If he was sitting in a car.
okay.
and
In the driver's
The
seat.
driver's seat, as if the
Okay.
steering wheel's here.
Mhm.
The bullet could not have come from
this angle?
With
Ma'am.
him sitting as normally seated in a driver's seat.
No.
Oh,
They-
normally so
Normally sitting in the
would be
driver's seat,
normal.
it could not have come from the
Yeah,
window
he knows I can't.
into the vehicle to hit him in that kind of position, normally seated.
Not
correct?
responsive.
That's
maybe
correct.
short.
Okay, and actually the angle going down and slightly right to left, it would appear that the gun was past that area and kind of angled back, correct?
Again, I have no opinion on the positioning of the gun because I have no information on the positioning of the decedent.
But from your expert opinion, looking at all of the angles and the way the
Yeah,
bullet
she's
entered the
avoiding
body,
this.
I
Yeah.
have no information on the position of the decedent. That would change my opinion depending on
Just
the position
come on,
of the
answer the
decedent.
damn
So
question, you
without
lady.
that information, I cannot render an opinion.
but
Yeah,
you're
you
an
can.
expert, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, she just answered the question.
Did she
He
answer?
hasn't answered the question.
She has not answered the question. She's going to rule against him.
Totally
Don't
right.
worry.
Attorney Tucker.
She'll rule against him.
What you're saying.
Yeah.
I know this judge. She'll rule against him.
Don't rule against him.
Because she does
Nope.
not have the information that she needs.
I didn't ask that question, I asked her if she was an expert.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
My
Uh-huh.
You suck.
Told you.
She's an expert.
Attorney
You suck,
Tucker,
lady.
Please, I haven't finished saying what I am saying, so please allow me. I'm going to sustain the objection. She was qualified as an expert.
Yeah.
And so you do have that.
That's what he asked her.
And the question has been asked several times and answered.
Yeah, but it hasn't been answered one time.
Move on with your next question.
So she said, and just to clarify, she said that she was not given any details of the position of the gun. But she being an expert, I want to ask a question and ask about a scenario, what her findings would be.
Oh, you're going to give her a scenario?
Yes, ma'am.
I will give you some leeway.
Thank you.
Oh my
So
God.
presuming in this scenario, the body is sitting in a driver's seat, normally positioned.
Dave,
steering
I don't
wheel.
have a
Noticing
rule for how
trajectory
big a
of this
contribution it
bullet.
takes to get a
From your
board
expert
member.
opinion,
So I can't.
would the gun have to be
And,
positioned a little farther in over where the bullet entered the body?
Oh, that's not the point. The
In your
point.
expert opinion.
It could still be positioned over the body. It could still be positioned slightly left of the body. We're
Nope.
talking about a gunshot wound
No,
that goes
it could
essentially
absolutely
straight
not
back
be
into the body.
slightly on the left of the
right to
body if it
left,
have a right-left
deviation
direction.
is very slight. We're talking about a 1/4 inch. So the entrance defect is 1 1/4 inch left of the midline of his abdomen, and where the bullet lodged on the back is 1 1/2 inch. So we're literally talking about the width of about a standard pencil eraser. So there's
Pause
not
real
a
quick.
significant deviation.
Okay. So what she's saying is she can't tell which way the body was facing, because imagine this being the shot, because this being his body centered, it was slightly one way or the other. So it was like 1/2 of an inch off. So she's saying that gun had to be facing him dead on. Like it wasn't angled like a hard angle, like it was pulled in. It was facing him dead on. So directly at him and then slightly instead of way slightly. So it was
Yeah.
just a small variation. That makes more sense. But still it's insane that to think that she just reached in, twisted straight up and pulled the trigger slightly in. There's definitely no way she did it with her right hand. Unless
No,
she was unless she was
And if it's-
standing in front of the vehicle and going over across the front of it. And he's also in a pickup truck, which if she's unless she's like, you know, close to 6 foot, I guarantee you she's not that window is coming up to her chest.
Yeah, and again, now it's only this much deviation.
Yeah.
That wasn't what she said. There was a and now it's only a very slight deviation, but still, if it is kind of centered to him, the steering wheel is centered to you. So
Mhm.
it'll, unless he was sitting like this, but she can't say anything. And thank you so much, VYWCABUC, for the $2 super chat and becoming a new subscriber. You're gonna give David Umbacher
Fasker, we don't have any of that information yet. Like none of this stuff has been brought up, because I've heard that she had a holster on the right side. I've heard that she had one on the left side. I heard that she had the gun in her right hand. Heard that she had it in her left hand. We don't know.
No. And hit the like button or Baker will broil the stream.
Oh, don't broil
I
it.
might do that.
No.
Thank you so much.
Oh my God.
Valhalla.
There. So the gun could be either over the wound, could be to the slight the wound. If the decedent's turned any little bit in his seat, it could still be on the left side. There are just too many variables for me to give an accurate opinion on the positioning of the gun.
Yes, doctor, but in my
No, not
scenario,
true.
We don't know the witness
That is
list.
not true. That is not true.
position of the body as being straight.
Pause again.
Even taking
She's
the position
lying
being
right there.
straight.
She is lying right there. I can't tell you the position of the body. You can tell where the position of the gun was in relation to the body. That's the question that he's asking. Where was the gun in relationship to his body? Which way would it have been pointing?
Yeah.
He should clarify that right there. And I think if he does, he'll get the answer that he's looking for.
Yeah, but there's going to be an objection because I saw her stand up right as you say pause.
It can be to the left. It can, the muzzle of the gun is long. People's arms are long. You can still have that same path through the body.
And I appreciate you saying that. But there was, as you said, a very slight right to left.
That's correct.
And based on the size of the entrance, how close was the gun to it? You said could have been an inch to 2 feet.
No, I said a few inches up to 2 to 3 feet, depending on the weapon used, the ammunition used. To find the exact range of fire requires, test firing the exact same weapon with the exact same ammunition in very controlled conditions. So we cannot give an exact range of fire, but the presence of stipple abrasions lets us know it is a few inches up to roughly 2 to 3 feet from the body.
Oh, Jesus.
And because of those parts that you mentioned that were on the body, the burns close to the bullet entrance, it would appear that gunpowder had hit.
Thank you for becoming a new member, nailing maps to walls since
Around
1969.
not the chest, the abdomen, around the gunshot wound.
Okay, and gunpowder generally comes out the barrel of the gun.
Yes.
And
Well, they have the bullets, so they should know.
from that, you
Mhm.
still can only get a range a few inches to a couple of feet, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now you were told that he had diabetes, and you were told he had some other symptoms, correct?
I was told he has a medical history of hypertension and diabetes.
Did you ever see any medical records?
In this case, no.
Okay. So you took what was told to you
Read
and your
before it
evaluation
was
with that kind of in the back of your mind. As
I
you're
was
going
going to
through it,
say.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you didn't find any signs that would show that there was any kind of diabetic coma shock or anything, because as you explained, the body would have burned the sugar in the body had rigor mortis or.
Right. There was no evidence of hyperglycemia, which we can see at autopsy. So we know that his blood sugar wasn't high, but there's no way for me to determine whether his blood
Yes.
sugar is
No,
low.
she has no way to tell how
So
where and what
This
he did
kind
when
of
he was shot.
inconclusive to you. It wasn't a relative factor when you were looking into the body and doing your autopsy.
Yes, the
that what
cause
they're
of, the
supposed to
cause
do?
of death in this case is a
Yeah.
gunshot wound.
Am I crazy?
Yeah,
And
but
Not her
we
job.
love you anyway.
were you given information about how long it took for him to get to the hospital or how long he was at the hospital?
Yes, he was in the car when shot. Yes.
I was told that he arrived at the ER at Southern Regional Medical Center at 6:38 p.m. and he was pronounced deceased at 6:46 p.m.
And were you given the time of the incident?
Approximately, or our investigator was initially told that the accident occurred at 6:15 p.m.
Should have taken him to Grady.
So roughly 15 minutes to get to the hospital. From what you were,
Yes, that was the initial information given to the investigators, and sometimes, details can be off in the
So can they
initial
prove he was
investigation,
having a
but that was
diabetic
what we
issue
were
during the
told
advent?
initially.
You should read the
So
one
your
right above it.
autopsy, did you
Yeah.
find it was off?
No, it would
that
be too
time was
conclusive
been
to say
off
it's still
based on-
dead. And nailing
Yeah,
Matt
we are not
Small's
determining time
POST
of death.
I
Now,
Post
the
it.
Post it.
the drug screen.
Positive.
I may approach, Your Honor.
It could be positive. He could keep going.
think it's at least be reasonable doubt on imminence and proportionality, but chasing him and pulling a gun might make innocent a tough sell. It would also harm her claim of reasonableness. Might be, yeah.
And what exact drugs was he tested for?
Well, what I'm reviewing is what appears to be a toxicology report from the GBI, and he had a comprehensive drug screen.
Posted.
But there are a few.
Thank you, nailing
listed
maps.
out, specific.
Now I have a lot of things
Yes,
to post.
some are specifically listed. The common
Well,
drugs of
they
abuse
didn't
are
say he had a
listed
medical
out,
problem. She
and,
couldn't find out.
drug confirmation results.
Yeah, it won't matter if he was having a drug problem. He still died from a gunshot wound to the abdomen.
Drug screen.
And could you read off those drugs that they were tested for and kind of give an example of what on the street those would be called?
Barbiturates, which would be drugs like phenobarbital, cannabinoids or marijuana, certain benzodiazepines, which class of sedative type drugs like Xanax, cocaine and cocaine metabolites, and certain opioids like oxycodone.
They're only doing this because
hydrocodone,
of emotion.
fentanyl, that sort of thing.
Because they want you to
All the
think,
drugs that were
oh,
tested
poor
for
man, he
that
has
were
No, he had a
specifically-
comprehensive drug screen. This toxicologist just chose to list these specific.
Jamie, what's phenobarbital?
It's a barbiturate. Usually you
What's
use phenobarbital, or they used to use it to stop seizures, but it is a barbiturate.
But they're
So a
only,
drug.
they're only pulling on the diabetic issue because of emotion. They want you to think that this man had this accident because he was having a diabetic episode and he was just trying to get to the hospital, and the audacity of this Karen to chase him down and end his life.
Here's the thing: facts, not in evidence.
Yeah, because she said he wasn't hypoglycemic, so he
Yeah.
didn't have.
That's
And a barbiturate is like speed.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's why they're harping on the stupid diabetic thing.
No,
That's
he
why-
had he had no drugs in his system whatsoever. There were no drugs in his system.
Yeah.
They're just listing off the drugs that they tested for.
Mm.
He did not have any of these drugs in his system. He was completely clean and drug free and alcohol free.
Yeah.
Of course, I don't understand how you can test and see if he's alcohol free if you can't even test to see that what his blood sugar level was.
All they
Yeah,
said,
you only could say, yep, he wasn't hyperglycemic. So yeah, his blood sugar was fine compared to if he had an insulin problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, the problem is they always get to make your own story.
Yeah.
Oh, if you die, the blood sugar disappears. But he said they could test for it. Oh, a barbiturate more like being drunk. Well, I don't do drugs of eyeballs. Can you test it in the eyeballs?
I don't know.
what?
Typically out.
And that's
I'm not a doctor, so I can't
So
tell you.
those were specifically put out there to show those were tested for and those were negative, even though it was a comprehensive. Those were singled out, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and on the street, there's other common addictive drugs besides those you mentioned, correct?
Yes.
Okay, what might those?
Works on GABA
You
receptors.
could have drugs
as does
like
booze and
LSD,
Okay.
PCP, those type of drugs.
Would meth be one of those drugs?
Methamphetamine, yes, could be.
But methamphetamine was not specifically pulled out to identify
No.
as an.
Oh, so they want to
No,
put in he had
I
some, but they
happen
didn't
to know
test
from
for it.
working at the GBI for 10 and a half years that methamphetamine is included in the comprehensive drug screen.
But it was not singled out in this.
It was,
drug test.
it was not, yes.
Well, that takes a if he wasn't hypoglycemic or wasn't drunk or anything, that takes away the state's reasoning for him to leave the scene and go to the hospital.
Doesn't matter if he left the scene or not.
And
Yeah, because
Other
that's
than
why she
here's-
was told to
like
go after him
top
and get
bruise
her
to the left,
plate number.
Right.
Yeah, it didn't matter to us
no
because
other
we had
bruises,
going on, but
that
they're
you
trying
noticed on the
tell
body,
stop
correct?
That's
straight
correct.
jury.
not any in the face,
No.
Yeah.
That's
not any in the
the
chest,
point. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it,
not
what
any
I'm
in the
saying.
arm,
yeah, I understand.
no other bruises.
Well, does
or
it matter the
mark
fact
or cuts,
Get it?
No.
and that would be reflected that obviously there'd been no injuries or any kind of blunt force to that area, correct?
No, that's not correct.
But
You can still suffer blunt impact injury and it not leave a bruise.
But on this body that you did the autopsy, you saw no bruises.
Looking
you
at
saw
the
no
sharpness
signs
through chilling in
any
the
kind of
background, he
bruising
definitely
in
strapped.
the face and the chest area, correct?
That's correct.
I don't like his
Okay.
posture.
I think I know that guy.
You know him. That's funny.
I think so, yeah.
Is he a lawyer?
No.
Good morning, Wicked.
If it's who I think it is, no, he's not.
And just one more
Sure.
question. Sorry. Now, given the scenario I gave to you, with his body being sitting straight forward, with the steering wheel being in front of him, the entrance of the bullet could not have come from a gun outside of the window, correct?
No, not likely.
The further question.
Can you read the next one, Steve? No, you're.
I think he's just an observer.
You're excused, and thank you.
Camera.
You won't have to come here.
I'm a little short.
I wouldn't admit to that. I'm just a little short.
Thank you, Nadine.
Enough feedback.
Well, yeah, why he really
Okay,
left
he
isn't
would be
relevant. No,
that
but
state
she
instead of
perceived him as drunk. So she,
Cameron Williams, Cameron. Williams, WILL.
coming in late since I'm from California. Well, we feel sorry.
Oh, sorry. You
I
missed the
should have
lady
been
who's-
sorry for people in California. Who is the
That was
lady
medical
as the witness?
examiner.
Yeah, that was the medical examiner, and we're just starting on this one, so we can hear it. You can't kid and tell and only give us a peck on the cheek. Well, I only corner kiss.
Maybe
If
give
he's not a fed, he's not strapped in the courtroom.
Yeah, because it looks like we had a couple people come in. If you want to,
Yeah, we had the medical examiner in here for the new people. She couldn't really tell you where or what or how he was positioned. She could only say he was shot in a slightly right to left direction on kind of center of the body. And
that
she
slight
had
variation is from the front to where it exited is about a half an inch. That's how much of a
and she had
variation.
absolutely no idea about how he was positioned in the car or anything. She became very defensive, as we often see when the defense went on, and the judge again today will grant everything that the state objects to. It's just like we saw yesterday. And this dude, Carissa, we're going to hear in 2 seconds because we just started. And we got a Nailing Maps gifted a membership to VW and another one to Nikki. Thank you so much, Nailing Maps.
So I guess my question after and it'll probably be for a different witness if they ever bring him up, would be because the bullet obviously exited his body. So where was the bullet located?
Got stuck in the back.
I'm just saying, you know, so that would sort of give you an idea of where that thing was pointed. Like if he's turned completely towards her in the vehicle, there's a possibility it could be a straight, you know, shot coming from, you know, the through the window, and going into his stomach. And then if it was found, like, for example, in the passenger seat. And I think that's the point that she was making, was like, you can't really tell, because I can tell where the entrance and exit is, and I can tell you the location or the path of travel into his body, but I can't tell you where.
But she said it got lodged in the back. So they didn't show us on camera about the bullet path. And good morning, Pixie.
Oh, and, they did.
Not on camera.
Yeah, they did.
They didn't have a demonstrative that showed us. Maybe I was.
They had the demonstrative. They had a picture that showed.
Okay.
Oh, maybe
you
I
missed
was
it while you were relieving.
Yeah, and Nailing, you get 2 separate posts. I'm not Valhalla and shotgunning. And this case is starting to smell like social justice. That's the feeling I got from the witness yesterday.
Yep.
So he was in the vehicle. Unless he pointed a weapon at her, she's done for, in my opinion. Well, I think it's an uphill battle all the way because of the media attention there was after the case.
Right.
LIMS.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm self-employed.
And you, what do you do?
I own a truck company. I drive a semi.
And did you drive your semi back to Georgia in order to be present for trial today?
Yes.
Where did you live back in May? Not the address, but in general, where did you live back in May of 2019?
Crossing Point South Middle School neighborhood, called Bradford Park.
And on May the 7th of 2019, did you happen to be in the area of Forest Parkway, Riverdale Road, near the interstates and all of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Why were you in that area?
At the time, I was attending a real estate seminar that I was actually running late to.
What time were you supposed to be at the real estate seminar?
I believe sometime around 5 or 5:30.
And do you remember the day that we're talking about, the May the 7th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was that seminar that you're trying to get to?
Virginia Avenue.
In Atlanta?
On the other side of the airport, yes, ma'am.
And so can you...
It may be at East Point, just though.
And can you... I'm going to ask you to sit down and look at this map, and if you can just kind of generally, on the ground, and we'll get it up there in a minute, kind of generally your direction of travel on that day.
All right.
Yeah, they could do it in that case, but in this case, she couldn't absolutely, because that would be bad for the state's case, because that could indicate a struggle if she was past, let's say, the midpoint of his seat. But today we have demonstrative.
Boulevard, the Forest Parkway, Riverdale Road, and the McDonald's over here, interstate up there.
Yeah, he listens to me.
Kind of just in general,
Do you think they prepped him?
Your kind of direction of travel.
I was coming from Riverdale Road this way, and the light was red right here. I got into the left. I was on 139, Riverdale Road. The real estate seminar was on the opposite side of the airport, so it was on Virginia Avenue.
So you were just trying to come straight up Riverdale Road through this intersection?
Yes, I was going to actually go around.
He has his nice home pants on for court.
And were you alone in your car?
Yes.
Do you
If I was
recall
allowed to
how the
take
traffic
pictures
was when you were trying to
inside
get through that intersection at a
courthouse,
particular
courtroom,
time of day?
Yes.
the courthouse
the light was
itself,
green, but the traffic wasn't moving.
they have a sign up. I'll tell you what it says later.
And at some point, did you make it through the intersection but moving slow?
I actually drove into the left lane to bypass the traffic that was moving. And when I approached the intersection is when I seen Miss Hannah.
Okay. So you go around some of the traffic in the left lane.
Yes, ma'am.
And what's the first thing that draws your attention to there being something going on just past that intersection?
Well, what drove my attention to begin with was that the light was green and nobody was moving.
Okay. And then what happens next?
I ended up approaching the intersection and then seeing that everybody was stopped out watching Miss Hannah Payne outside of her vehicle.
Yeah, that's the big problem with the
What did you
semis.
observe? I mean,
They
obviously
make
you didn't know
a
her
lot
name
more
at the time.
damage
What
to
did you
people
observe
hitting them than
happening
the other way
that
around.
drew your attention?
I just seen her outside hitting on his window or his car door. And that's what made me just
Which was it? Window
pull out
or
my
car
phone.
door? Big difference.
Yeah.
And describe what you see as far as where is Miss Payne standing when you see her?
Well, her back is towards me, so I didn't see her face or anything. But she was actually standing at the guy's driver door. That's what I saw.
And what did you see her doing at that driver's door?
Yelling, hitting on the window, hitting on the door, whatever, she was doing.
That's a big difference.
From your angle,
From my angle.
it appeared that she was hitting on either the window or the door.
Yes.
Big difference.
You can probably get one picture taken before kindly being escorted out, and I never thought you would cower out of things.
Could you
Go
see
snag
if
a
she had anything in her
picture.
hands?
At the time, no, I did not.
What else
No,
happens next?
not there.
I ended up pulling out my phone to record. Honestly, I hate to say it like this, but that was like another day in Clinton County. And,
He has a phone.
as I was recording, I heard a gunshot.
That's interesting.
No.
So did you see any sort of struggle between the driver of the car that
it's
she's standing
witness.
at and Miss Payne?
Yes.
Okay, describe what you saw.
It just looked like a little pushing back and forth.
Little pushing back and forth.
And you indicated that you pulled out your phone and recorded. Are you kind of moving past it as it's happening when you record?
Yes, I was actually traveling past it when I was recording.
He wasn't driving, he was traveling.
And you would agree that there's some sort of struggle or tussle between the two people?
Yes, I ended up getting out to check on the guy after I heard the gunshot.
Very shitty.
As far as I understand it, I know nothing about Georgia. This isn't the part of Georgia you want to go when you visit.
No, I mean it's a way to get to the airport, and it's a way to get to the interstate. But yeah, there's not a whole lot of like real businesses in this particular area. It's pretty.
It's like every other city near the airport and near the main train station. Don't go there. Yeah. Yeah, and I also hope they have. I hope they have a video also. I don't get that. Yeah, it's his church hoodie.
Yeah, I mean,
It's casual
okay.
Friday.
So the sign inside the courtroom says, first of all, no photographs or you will be arrested. They also have a sign up that says that your pants have to be above your waist. I joke not, or else you'll be arrested. They don't play. I mean, you walk into this courtroom, they have metal detectors, and you have to take off shoes. I mean, it's worse than going into the airport. And they have armed guards like every 10 feet that are dressed to the gills with body armor, ARs, and yeah, they're not playing. You go into that courthouse, yeah, they see a lot of bad stuff in there.
Yeah. And as Dating said, apparently there's a shooting range on the highway. It turned into one that day.
That day it did.
Yeah. Good morning, genitals. No butt crack. We only have a police presence if it's a very high case. In my murder case, we had it. Actually, one of the witnesses got stopped with a knife on him, so that wasn't so smart. Peach Pony, I have a customer I visit frequently in that area. He insisted we had a mid-morning meetings and that I was out of there after lunch.
Yep.
That's just weird that you had. But my friend and I drove in the bad part of Copenhagen, and we got stopped by the police because he was what do you call it? traveling consultant who went around to bakeries and helped them set up, follow the laws and all of that. And he had a black car, a Citroen, and we were stopped and asked, "What are you doing here?" We said, "Well, we're going to this place because he had a bakery." We said, "Well, next time take another route because there's a gang war between
Citroen drivers and Audi drivers.
No, people who have things on their back and ride motorcycles, and guys with a slight Middle Eastern accent. They're fighting about what they can do. And because we're white guys in a black car, we were stopped and told not to go in there.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
So, by me, the court on Martin Luther King Boulevard in Newark seems like a similar situated courthouse. Yeah, it's
that courthouse is I was, like I said, I was there the day before this trial started. I had no idea, or was it the day that it started? I was there Tuesday. Yeah, I was there Tuesday.
Yes, snack bars. Yes, they have a big presence in that area. Well, back to the case. We're going to be so far behind. David's going to start.
When you recorded what was on your phone, were you able to then view that recording?
Yes, I actually sent it to an officer on the site that same day. Okay. I don't remember his name, but if I could go through my email, I could probably tell you find it.
Okay, but you had a chance to look at the recording that you were able to capture on your phone.
Yes.
Did you alter that recording or delete it or add anything to it in any way?
No, ma'am.
So the video that you provided to law enforcement is what you recorded on your phone?
Yes.
Hopefully it works today.
So once you made that recording and you realized that there was a gunshot, what did you do?
The recording, I just sent to the officer at the scene. Obviously, when it first happened, I got out. I parked my car in the Miller Street and got out and checked on the gentleman.
Okay. And did you notify officers that you had a video?
I did.
But were you able to stay around to write statements and have a full interview on that scene?
I didn't stay around to write a statement because I was running late for a seminar.
And did you let law enforcement know that's what was happening?
I did send it to an officer on the scene, though.
What's the over-under on
And
the
did you let
video
officers know on
protector
the scene,
working?
I have this video, but I have to be to this class.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you eventually come to the Clayton County Police Department to give an interview about what you saw?
Yes, somebody, I don't know the officer's name at the time, but somebody did call me probably about a couple weeks later.
And let's be honest, were you kind of reluctant to be involved at that time?
Honestly, it didn't matter to me, honestly, if I'm being honest.
Do you recall telling law enforcement that you had some, didn't really want to go to court, but that you were willing to provide the video?
I'm a little biased because my dad's an officer. So.
Portrait.
And you told law enforcement that as well? Do you also recall telling law enforcement that once you learned that the gentleman had passed away, you thought you should?
Thank you, Jude.
Yes.
I didn't know that.
And that your interview with law enforcement, was that back in 2019 sometime after?
I believe so. It wasn't long after it happened.
And so you back in 2019, you turned over the video and made your interview. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, in the meantime, did you have you had a request of me to assist you with a traffic arrest that you have had?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you ask me?
I asked you, could you
not as long as the defense doesn't object,
help me out for something that I had dealt with last summer as far as the DUI?
He was biased because his dad is a cop, so he wanted to talk to the cop, and she is clearly leading him. But as far as being leading, it's only leading if there's an objection.
Okay. And that was something that happened in 2022.
3-4 years afterwards.
Okay. And you are aware that I don't
Yes.
work in traffic court?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And have I made you any promise that I will get your case dismissed or anything like that?
No, you just said you would put in a word for me.
Okay.
Oh, so he was promised to make a DUI go away if he testified.
Yep.
And nailing, is it wrong that you just want to go drink a beer with this witness? Yeah, because he has a DUI, especially since I'm doing Dry Fridays. Well, I normally don't drink on my streams until the end. So I might do a slight beverage when we get a little closer to 6 o'clock my time. But don't drink with this guy. He has a DUI. He has a problem. But thank you so much for the super chat. Yeah, he's getting a free pass on a DUI. Let's ask the same question. 7, yeah.
There's
He
very
asked her
strict
for
laws in the United States on this. If he's got a DUI as a truck driver, they'll suspend his license. They don't play with that.
No, but
Like-
now he no, he didn't get, but he had a previous DUI, and then all of a sudden he felt the need to testify
Uh-huh.
because he was a little biased and wanted to do it, but then he got a DUI, so he really wanted to do it.
Yep.
We can't do that in Denmark. You can't plead out of things in Denmark.
And would you recognize, in addition to the video that you took, would you be able to recognize still photographs from that video?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that?
Would you be able to recognize portions of that video?
Yeah, if you're the designated driver, you can't drink with him.
Just showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 20.
Yeah, his
Marked as
DUI was
cell phone
later,
video
and then he
of
found
Williams.
the courage.
You've already indicated that you did not alter or delete or have any do anything to adjust the video that you took on your cell phone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I'm showing you
Well, let's
State's
be
Exhibits
honest.
21 and 22. Do you recognize those as portions of the recording that you made as still shots of that recording?
Yes, ma'am.
And do those fairly and accurately depict at least 2 moments of video that you took?
Yes.
And at this time, State with tender states 20, 21, and 22.
Any objection?
I would
Okay,
object.
Admitted without objection.
And at this time, State is requesting to publish
I would object.
State's Exhibit 20, but I'm going to take down the map first.
Yeah,
I would
But
say
if-
play the video and no still shots of this because it doesn't give justice because it could show one thing that is not true.
yeah. Now you're back to the pinch to zoom guy, and I only take stills of videos guy in the case Nicholas covered. It either you show it fully in context and then you can take out, but let the jury see the video before you prep them what they think.
Yep. This is biasing the whole jury.
Now I want
I
to
wanna
have
have
10
two
years
games.
with him to figure out what has been going on down on the GA interways. Yeah, but again, you are the designated driver.
Yeah.
Truck drivers BAC lower than anyone else in your personal vehicle doesn't
Yep.
matter. Yeah,
It does not
because-
matter.
No. Yeah, it's play it at the right speed and play it in one go. Nailing another post-it.
While that's getting pulled up, Mr. Williams, you would agree there's a voice in the video, and that's you making a couple of comments. Is that correct?
Yes.
The voice that we hear is you.
Yes.
Do you recall whether or not you had any contact with defendant Ms. Payne after
Let's take
the incident occurred
No, I no contact. I just seen her in the middle of the street. No conversation.
that you can recall today?
No, we didn't have any conversation.
Well, let me remind you. Do you recall talking to law enforcement indicating that she asked if you had
Leading.
seen what happened? Does that
She
sound
did ask
familiar?
me that actually. She
Okay.
did.
That's so leading.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the extent of the video that you had taken and reported?
And we're
in the
not seeing it. Her hoof clumps are annoying.
Yeah, I
To
think
show, display State's Exhibit
LNC
21.
has stopped showing stuff because they got hit really bad with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So LNC is trying not to show stuff anymore.
Okay.
No, they won't show the video.
Defendant is where the depiction of it. Yeah. That's funny that we pray to it. Yeah.
Okay.
It's nice skin, sweet haircut. I need to go inject testosterone
Yours
or
will
go
be
do
Ms.
some
Wells,
squats.
correct?
Don't do
And so
squats.
do you see in
I
the
see- I see a lot of
photograph,
ladies
do you
doing
see what appear to be some hands, the hands of the driver of the red truck?
Yes.
Okay. And if you would display State's Exhibit 22.
So she's in the window, or at the window.
Yeah,
And
at the window.
in State's Exhibit number 22, you see the firearm displayed in defendant's right hand.
Yes.
So it's clearly her
Oh.
right hand.
Oh.
Okay, thank you.
Oh. Wait, go.
Have you
Can you go back
had the
and pause?
opportunity-
Go back to where she's got the firearm in her hand. All right. So you can't tell because of where the window is, but there's a holster on the right side.
Yeah.
Am I seeing that correct? Go to the next picture.
There's no next picture.
There's two pictures. Yeah, I think that's her holster right there. Does that look like a holster on the right side?
Looks like it because they said she pulled up her shirt and had her gun. So.
Somebody said it was on the left side.
Yeah. And does she have she has empty hands here. So why is she pulling out her, because this is right after he's driving past her. That looks like he has her other arm. Now I'm just speculating, but it looks like
you just hit the
because
trash can, it erases the whole thing.
I know. I just like to do stuff. It looks it looks like her arm is being pulled that way, and that's why she pulls it out.
Well, they claimed she was punching with the one hand and then that gun in the other.
Yeah, but again, let's see the stills. Here she's clearly outside, and it does she have any? No, it's not a pew in that hand, is it? It looks kind of weird, the position of the hand.
Can't really tell.
No, but then you here
She's clearly
it-
got it in this one.
Yeah, and you wouldn't punch with your left. Well, I don't know. Let's see what they say about it.
Maybe trying to grab the keys out of the car.
Have you had the opportunity in the last 4 years to watch? Have you watched
Yeah.
your interview?
Could be that one too.
Watched her interview?
Your interview.
My interview? No, I have not.
Okay. So I'm going to just ask you a couple of questions to see if it kind of jogs your memory about a couple of things that you said back then.
Okay.
And if it does, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
All right.
Okay. You may.
Yeah, I feel the hand placement was a kind of weird. Sissy's right. Look at those cops in the background there. Serious West on. Keep getting sketched out and check the door windows.
Yeah, these
it's
and these guys are underarmed compared to the guys that are normally there. These are with the sheriff's department.
Do they have long guns in the courtroom?
Yeah, not in the courtroom, but in the courthouse they do.
That's so. We only have them 2 places in Denmark, and that's at the Queen's residence and outside of a certain religion school, because we only have one of those in Denmark.
Ah,
Funny, they need protection from some other people. Well, and welcome back, Let's Go. You should have seen we have new friends here today. They're inside the courtroom in full tech gear. The guys outside have to be armed to the teeth. You should almost believe they had like a tank out there.
well, these guys aren't with long guns.
No, but if it's this kitted out inside the room.
Yeah, there's that whole building also houses the clerk and other operational kinds of things that are.
Oh, and Brandon, you got your new color. That seems prejudicial. That they are.
All right, now
Should get the
just kind of try to refresh your
on here
memory just a
to
little
find-
bit.
I
Do
don't
you
know
recall
the lead attorney.
talking to the detectives indicating that you believed that the two?
No, they had at least one cop yesterday too.
Yeah.
Inside the room. Well, if he wants to come on, he's more than welcome. I don't have any way to contact him.
Ms. Payne. And
If
the
he
driver
gets in touch with
slightly
Valhalla, he
tussling
might be
over the
able to.
gun.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Valhalla
You indicated
has
there was a tussle. I just wanted to make sure you were more specific about that. What do you remember seeing in that regard? If you can recall, I know it's been 4.5 years.
It's been a long time, but it's just trying to go back.
Let's go. If he wants to come on, he's more than welcome because he's from Atlanta as well.
Yeah.
So that could be interesting. And he seems like a cool guy.
Yeah, he is. Good.
What I
Good
mainly
people.
remember the most is when I'm riding past, it's just a physical between the two of them, but as far as their arms.
Okay.
And just her yelling. That's pretty much the most part.
Did you ever see the driver of the truck and her yelling? Is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yes.
Did you ever see the driver of the truck get out of the vehicle?
No.
Did you ever see anything in his hands that would that you would have seen as a weapon?
No.
How could you see anything per that video? You really didn't have that great of a view.
You only saw the video
The court's
of her having a
permission, We're
firearm.
going to replay the very short video.
I hope they show that. I really do.
Yeah, because I want to see how fast he goes by.
Hey! Hey, hell no!
And thank you. With that, Judge, the state does not have further questions.
Any cross-examination, Attorney General? Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, you have been sitting for a while, and so at this time, I'm going to give you a break. It is now 10:20. I would ask that you return at 10:45 so that we can.
Oh yeah, they'll be coming back pretty soon.
We're just
Like
caught up.
within the next couple of minutes, they'll be coming in.
Well, we did see the pew pew in a still photo.
Yeah.
And Brandon, I want to see evidence of any crime as opposed to whatever this is.
So what I heard, and I could have been wrong, was I heard a stop, and pop. And then he yelled something at her, but I couldn't tell what he yelled at her.
Yeah, he said, yo, something.
And then she also said something that it could have been, but I'm not positive what she said, but it sounded like she said he pulled the gun on himself.
You can do this.
Yeah.
What I mainly remember the most is
See the driver of the truck.
You may proceed.
Stop.
Hey!
Yeah.
Hey, hell no!
She goes stop at least 3 times before she pulls the trigger.
She says, stop. That goes off. Someone hollers out, oh my God. And she says, he pulled it.
Yep.
And he goes, hey, hit him up. Something like that. But I couldn't understand what he was saying.
And I can see we had another group of people coming in. Today has been 2 witnesses. The first one was the ME. She said he had a kind of a center shot with a slight deviation from right to left, about 1.5 inches. She couldn't tell you where he was, how he was when he got unalived. And then we had a driver go by. That's the video we just heard. He said he saw her at the car with the gun out, and he took a video. We haven't seen any the full video. We have only heard parts of it. And again, we don't know what they're showing in the courtroom.
I mean,
This
that's all-
course is going to take 2 days. Yeah.
That was the whole video, right? That was all he got.
Yeah, that's all he got. So
And remember, she was screaming, F you, get the F out of the car,
yeah, and the N-word, and saying
Yeah.
we have a clan meeting next Friday and all that.
Anything of that sort.
The witness said, hey, hell nah, or something like that. Then she said the guy pulled the trigger. Yeah,
That's what
to
it
me it
sounded
sounded like that. And again, if they're struggling over the gun,
Yeah.
And it goes
And-
off.
And again, as I said, there's the new pull the finger trick. Normally, it just smells bad and gives us a small bang. But now, if you do the, because maybe she didn't have good pew discipline. So
Finger
instead
control.
of doing this, she did this. And then you go this way. Then the thing in here goes that way. And then stuff comes out of the end. So to me, that's
how Mama got pregnant.
Yeah, because you have him in the car, her here, and she's standing with her left arm out, and we saw her pulling with her right arm. And if he's
if he's got a hold of her arm and he's pulling on her, like he's pulling her into the window, because maybe she reached in to grab his keys or put it in park or any number of things. But she reaches in, he grabs a hold of her arm, she's pulling to get out. She reaches back, pulls her firearm, tells him no, he lets go of that, grabs her firearm, starts pulling it in, and then boom.
Yeah, because if you have
it sounded like it happened really, really quick.
Yeah,
she says no 3 times within a couple of seconds. And if you pull it that way, that little thing goes that way. And then
things come out that way.
Yeah.
Yes, Rachel, they did a toxicology report.
Yeah,
They found
nothing.
and then they didn't they say they didn't even see any issues with like his diabetes. So yeah.
And Squad Bob, it's you would probably call this, it's because they have 3 different kinds of unaliving in Georgia. They call them malice or felony or first degree. So I read the text about what it means, but felony is that you planned it ahead, and malice is kind of you planned it ahead, or you wanted to do it. And then there's aggravated assault because there was a pew stick involved. So it's you would call it murder too, probably.
Yeah. Well,
well, thank you.
And what they'll try to say is just by her owning that firearm, she was committing malice.
Yeah, by bringing that out.
Or no, just by owning it.
Didn't they say the first day that in the opening statement that the slide got stuck because when she pewed it got stuck in his fingers, so he must have grabbed.
No, they said that they have not clarified if it fired, if it was capable of firing more than once. They said they found DNA on the slide, but they couldn't confirm whose it was. It was male DNA, but they couldn't confirm whose DNA it was. And I mean, my suspicion is if he had a hold of it and that trigger was pulled, then it would, that if you've got a hold of that top slide, it won't eject the casing.
No, and every one of us have had a snake bite. So if you grab onto, you will interfere with the sliding mechanism. So
Yes.
it would either half load or have a problem reloading.
Right.
And maybe even get stuck. So, but she only fires once. So it's not like the other case we had where I think you, Jamie, said that a number of shots made it bad for him because he used 9 rounds.
I mean, yeah, like that always looks worse when you're like, even though it was in very quick succession, just boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, any more than one.
Yeah. And Dennis Heaton, it could be interesting, but it's how much was it? An 80% black court area this is in. So statistically, it would be fairly. I don't know what
might be
black.
Might be a little bit prejudiced there, but like I said, there's some pretty good people that do live in that county. So I can't I can't say that I and I don't know the makeup of the court. I do know this judge, and well, I'll let you.
You're not a fan. It's at Richard Russell's.
Richard Russell, yeah. That'd be on Terra Boulevard. The Richard Russell building.
Yeah, but because if he grabs the slide, the slide, and she has one in the chamber, she can do that, but the slide can't move and it can't re-rack. So she would have to clear the chamber, as MG says.
Mm-hmm.
And I that is a.
When that's all it took was one. It wasn't like it took multiple. It was just one single gunshot wound to the abdomen.
Yeah, makes sense with the struggle too. You know, if they're struggling for it and just one.
Yeah, and you grab whatever you can, and that would be the protruding thing, and that would be. Yeah.
Yeah. Always grab the protruding thing.
Has she cleared the chamber all right?
But you have to look at it with like what she's charged with, if you want to be.
Yeah, the charges.
The charges to me don't seem to match what happened.
Well, the false imprisonment, I could see that charge could easily stick on her.
Yeah.
But if they were going by, which I don't think they've even pled this portion of it, because that gets really touchy with Ahmet Aubrey and all that, citizens arrest, which it would have been at that period of time. It's going to be bad.
Well, I mean, you were allowed to do that, right?
Up until Ahmet Aubrey, that changed the law.
Yeah, but this happened in 2019. So
doesn't matter. I mean,
You
think
grab
about it.
whatever you
It
can
didn't
is
matter
the-
with Ahmet Aubrey, did it?
You grab whatever you can is the new move in the bedroom called the baker. Well, always grab the protruding bits. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So
Hold
don't
on
be
for
in
dear
a.
life. It's going to be a wild ride
Yeah.
tonight.
If you're in a threesome, that could be a problem.
Yeah.
It could be like you are milking a horse or something.
The Harold R. Bank. Okay. Yeah, it's the one on Terra Boulevard. I don't remember names of buildings.
No, I only know a new thing called Pigeon Forge. I might go there.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to
Good
come.
morning, Hollymore.
If you fly into Atlanta, you have to stay here. I got room for you.
I don't know, because the expert said Knoxville is the closest. Don't milk a bull, exactly.
You don't want to land in Knoxville. That's
Where's the self-defense when she went up to him and stuck his gun through his window? Well, she didn't stick his gun through his window. She went up there to stop him and say, "Don't drive on." And he grabbed his arm, is what the defense will say. And then she pulled out her thunder stick and said, "Stop it."
Well, that's what
One
I thought.
time.
MG's comment. That's what I was thinking too. That's why I was.
Citizen was at the time, and he committed a crime in her presence when he fled in the vehicle. She had every right to detain him. Blanca discussed it the other day with Dave. Yeah, but
Yeah,
the
I was
problem
there.
is they changed the law afterwards. And as someone said on Rumble to me yesterday, she will be prosecuted by a law that wasn't in place when she did the crime.
Correct.
Yeah, MD, what are you, like a lawyer or something?
Well,
thank you,
and it really sucks, but that,
I should
you'd like to
invite
think
them on.
that no, they would go by the law that was there at the time.
Well, yeah.
But
Yeah, but you can't retroact that law, can you?
they're supposed to.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
But we're
Because-
we're in Georgia, and
Well,
good luck.
No,
yeah.
I mean you can't do a crime on the 31st of December. On the 1st of January, let's say you are out driving a car. On the 31st of December, you are allowed to drive 70 miles per hour on that road, and you get blitzed, and it's 70 miles per hour. On the 1st of January, they changed it to 50 miles per hour. Then you can't be charged with that crime because it wasn't a crime at the time. That's what I mean. You can't retroactively change the law and say, "Oh, well, all the old cases should get back."
Yeah,
I
you would
bet you
think.
$5 and my left ankle. She's going to jail regardless. Trial is
Yep.
pointless.
Yes, because this is a trial
I-
of emotion. It has nothing to do with the law. This is all
No.
about this man who was minding his own business, got in a car accident, and some
He-
lady came
And attacked him.
and attacked him.
Chased him.
That's what
Chased
it's
him
about.
down. She chased him down, blocked him in, pulled a firearm, and had the audacity to pull the trigger.
That's what it's about. It has nothing to do with
Tiffany, I know where we're going. Yeah, we're going into the last 3 years of cases where the outcome was determined by a factor of your body you can't change.
Yes.
And I'm sad to say that when I saw this case, I thought it would be a issue because of that. Did they forget that they were supposed to be back 10 minutes ago?
of course.
Well, but
Well,
thank you so much, Brendan.
Judges watching what everybody has to say on court TV so she can make her rulings proper.
Well, make them properly, Judge, because you're not doing very good.
Her rulings are stupid.
They're
Sorry to say it.
Yeah. Holly Moore says it definitely doesn't look like the scene that girl described yesterday. No, it doesn't, does it?
It happened
Her audacity.
so quickly.
Because
she was talking about, she's switching hands and
punching, and she's punching the window, and she's punching the side of the door.
Like it made no. And then one first girl was like, she's just screaming the F word 150 million times. And I was just like,
F you, darker skinned person than me.
Yeah. And I'm like,
that's not what happened.
I saw the first witness yesterday. This is her description of what have happened. You have the one car blocking the other car, the defendant here, the deceased here, and she was here. So the guy who filmed the video just through her car.
Yep.
Because she stopped her car right next to them and could hear everything. We just saw there was no car there.
Yep.
So she lied on the stand.
Unless she was a passenger in his car, which that's not what she said.
No. And they would have definitely made that clear. But yeah, like he's there recording it at the time that the shot happens. Then all these other people make no sense with their stories.
Floribama. Nice.
Brandon, yeah, I hear you're coming when I come to the US. Remember, we're going tailgating and meeting Luna in Texas. On our US vacation with Shizzy and the expert, I'll post a link in chat. We're going to Floribama. Can I open that?
That's
what's Floribama?
That is Alabama, Florida border. Like that's right there. And we just go to PCB. I mean, Redneck Riviera.
Say hello to Joe, Pat, John, and Cam.
I would love to agree with you, MG Law, but are you going to argue with the judge that already tells him no, you can't?
It looks like a cool place.
And if they try to appeal it, they don't have anybody handling appeals at the clerk's office right now. So if you're looking to appeal it, you might be looking at a year or two before they even start processing it.
I'll take you to Moab, the Arches National Park, if you want.
Oh, nice.
I don't know what that is.
That's beautiful.
Floribama is a long way from Dollywood. Well, I'll take an extra day to go there. Pensacola party time.
Yeah,
if it comes back. I don't know where I'm going, but I'm going to Dollywood, I'm told. Yeah, it's going to be a great time. And I'm probably never be either let out or let back into the US again after this trip. It's going to be fun.
You probably won't be let out, especially if Luna has anything to do with it.
No,
she's going to lock that down.
Thank you for the super chats again, Brandon. You're way too kind. Well, Utah Massachusetts.
No, Utah is it's next to California, sort of.
Is that where they filmed all the old John Wayne westerns with all the cliffs that is eroded? No, that's Monument.
Yeah, it's Moab. It's with the arches, red sand. It's it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Well, MG, this I don't know if you've seen it. This lawyer don't know nothing about the law. It looks like no alcohol if you stay in my house. Well, we can do that too because I can stay sober. Massachusetts. Well, it's from the John Wayne. I think that's again because we live in a flat green area, so all of those areas where it's so different is why are they wearing lederhosens in Floribama? Sorry, I'm just watching the commercials. But all of those places where it's so different than what we have in Denmark, that's the things I want to see because last time when I was in Delaware is kind of close to the west coast of Denmark in how it looks.
She's back.
Okay, are we ready to proceed?
Are you ready to proceed?
Okay.
Could you please use a microphone now? Yeah, I should come up and visit Turtle Boy. Then I'd never leave Massachusetts.
That's true. Probably wouldn't.
Yeah, but the South have snakes and alligators and spiders and
all the things that you don't get in that ice country of yours.
Yeah. Well, Squat Bob, if I need to wear pants, I can't be there. I'm a YouTuber. I'm legally obliged not to do it.
Yeah.
We're not going this, but you. Well, I'll be training how to lose some of the fat for the ladies and get my liver in training for it. The cranberry capital of the world. What?
Oh, that's Michigan, isn't it? Wisconsin. Wisconsin is like.
Anna, you mean? Yeah, she's annoying me. The judge is annoying me.
Yeah.
No, but but again, Dollywood is in Tennessee, right? Oh,
yes.
Kentucky.
No, it's in Tennessee.
Yeah, and you have Tennessee whiskey.
Yeah, but Kentucky bourbon is much better.
I do think I have some Kentucky. Maybe I should sample a snifter. There's only like an hour left, so I can have a single little glass. DV is in Tennessee. You're in Georgia.
Yeah, I'm in Georgia, but my plan is to go anyway. I need to get thrown out of someplace, I guess, again soon.
Maine is the cranberry capital of thought. We didn't even eat cranberries here in the South till after the war. Oh.
Okay.
We're going to make the whiskeys in the woods. You need the full experience. Yeah, so you can go blind. Because, yeah. It's going to be good.
Mr. Williams, there's a request to refresh your memory about your interview with the police officers. And so we're not going to continue with your testimony at this juncture.
What?
In terms of cross-examination. So an investigator from the DA's office is going to take you back there so that you can refresh your memory about the interview. And then we're going to bring you back for cross-examine to occur.
What?
Yes?
What?
How the hell does that work?
Holy
MD, are you here? Now he's going back to prep with an officer before he's doing his cross-examination?
No, he's going, yeah, with the officer of the court, with the DA. He's going to go prep with the DA.
Before he's cross-examined?
Yes.
How the hell is that legal?
Like I said, welcome to Georgia.
Well, I mean, you can still impeach him, right?
Yeah, but now he's going back to be reminded that, remember, you can't say this, you can't say that, you can't say this, because that would be really bad. This is B, absolutely S. Good morning, Money G. You came in right when my stress level probably spiked a whole lot. Yeah, I've been in the yellow doing this trial.
Yeah, rewind what she said. Just go back and listen to what she had to say. Yeah,
This is
MG, I'm telling you.
There's a request to refresh your memory about your interview with the police officers. And so we're not going to continue with your testimony at this juncture in terms of cross-examination. So an investigator from the DA's office is going to take you back there so that you can refresh your memory about the interview. And then we're going to bring you back for cross-examine to occur. Yes? Okay, thank you so much. So you may step down.
An investigator from the DA's office is going to taking.
So this lady is going to go back and say, remember you said this, this, and this. Brendan, we need to skip the part of Georgia. We're not going to Georgia. I can tell you that right now. Where I'm flying into, I don't know. I don't even know what date I'm coming. Shizzy is going to need to drive away from this part. Yeah, but don't go by the airport because they have a shooting range out there. But I don't even know
where you get picked up has nothing to do with that. That's a super easy drive in, drive out. And if not, Uber is like what, $30, something like that to get to where I live.
We don't have Uber in Denmark, so I need to have.
Well, they do have it here. I'll send you a car.
This is bullshit. I shouldn't say. Oh, we're 2 hours in. They're going to coach the shit out of him. Yeah, exactly. I believe that's why they were 20 minutes late for the break. Is because they have been arguing in chambers.
Yes.
As I said, yeah.
And he lost. No, he lost. I'm guarantee you he objected to this 100 times over.
Yeah.
Dollywood to Alabama to Florida. Yeah, and Texas, and then I have to go to the Midwest to
I don't
meet up with Jamie. So how long is it from Alabama to Michigan?
About 13 hours, 12 hours, something like that.
So that would be like driving to Switzerland.
Yeah, you'd be better off flying, taking a small jumper flight into O'Hare or something like that.
It's all recorded, thank God. Well, in this courtroom, I think the recorder just glitched out.
Yeah. This is.
Well, I'm sure
it's like you had to fly into that airport, though. Yeah, I know. Yeah, if you're flying in, you'll probably be flying into Atlanta because that's the place to fly into, and you can always catch a smaller flight out of Atlanta because it's a main hub, like into Nashville or Knoxville. Knoxville is a smaller airport.
Baker is getting stressed out about his trip. Relax, people. Don't scare him off. Well,
no.
I was in Chicago in the 90s, so I know that places exist in the U.S.
Yeah.
But thank you so much.
He ain't gonna.
They need to put it on the record because this is the BS of BS.
Well, does the defense person get to go too? I would.
No. What should they do there?
Why is that not fair? They should be there too. But is it the same thing as like what they would do before they testify? You know what I mean?
No, because you can have a talk to. They could bring him his written testimony or read from his written testimony and say, "Do you remember at that time you testified that blah 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 blah."
Well, they probably had a sidebar about it because their sidebars they haven't been showing us those, so that was probably it.
Yeah, but again, if his testimony is close to perjury, wouldn't she have said to preserve your Fifth Amendment right, we are gonna provide you with a public defender right now?
She is a public defender.
Yeah, but she's part of this.
I know. I'm just saying, you're in Georgia, son. Good luck.
Yeah, that's this is Maine. I don't know if you've seen that SNL skits. Or come to Chicago. Yeah, I have a big round trip to do. David is doing the other case.
Is he still alive? Because geez, oh Pete, why doesn't he come hang out?
Yeah, we need a lawyer.
Yeah, someone smart.
Going to bring him.
But he did have that sweetheart deal about his DUI. Haha, we actually need a real lawyer on stream. Get up there, lazy boy, MG. MG has the link. He can come.
Yeah.
Dave has the link.
Who else we got?
Collins next.
We'll do it.
Let me bring the jurors in. Mr. Innes, yes, bring the jurors in, please.
That was so abso-freaking-lutely crazy. It's
You think they're going to be fair?
Yeah, he can come. Yeah. What I hear right now is I should just land on the border. I should land at what's the Great Falls? What's the falls name? Up by New York.
Niagara.
Niagara Falls, and just go down in a big U shape and fly out of.
Just to apprise the jurors of what is occurring, at the point that we went for break, we had one witness, Mr. Williams here, and Attorney Tucker was about to cross-examine. We're going to bring him back for the cross-examination, but we're going to go ahead and take another witness at this time, just to keep you informed of what is occurring. Okay, Chief Assistant, you may proceed. You may come up.
This is the worst thing I ever seen, and there's only 3 laypersons on this.
Yeah, he's losing his mind over there. You know he is. He's just like.
If you would, thank you. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give before the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You can take your hand down and have a seat and get situated.
You can do that. We'll do 195 South, then puddle jump.
If you would please introduce yourself to the jurors.
My name is Christine Lavoie, CHRISTINE LAVOIE.
And how are you?
It's going to be fun.
I'm employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic
GBI.
Science.
And what is your job description?
I'm a forensic DNA analyst.
What is
Yeah,
your
I would
educational
like to hear
background
why
for
it
that
shouldn't
position?
be.
I have a Bachelor of Science in Microbiology from Mississippi University
I'll be
for
right
Women. And I also have a Master
have
of
a
Science
bio
with a
break as they
concentration in
call it.
biochemistry from Mississippi State University.
And once you received your degrees, do you also receive training from the GBI itself?
Haley, you
Yes,
don't
when I
want
was
this
hired by
case to
GBI,
go
I
to
underwent a year-long training
appeal.
program, which consisted of written, oral, and practical exams, and a competency exam.
And do you receive continuing education and training at the GBI?
Yes, I
FD
do,
Food
every
Fairy.
year.
And tell the jury a little bit about
You'll find
your
out.
experience and your caseload as it relates.
I can't pause
to
the videos
forensic
now.
biology.
So I'm a forensic DNA analyst, so I'm assigned
Scroll up,
DNA
you'll
cases
understand,
each month
maybe.
to test.
And approximately how many DNA cases have you tested over the course of your experience?
About 1,200 cases,
And how long have you been with the GBI?
almost 9 years.
And have you previously testified to your results and your findings?
I have,
And have you previously been tendered as an expert
yes,
here in Georgia?
yes.
And at this time, the state would tender Ms. Lavoie as an expert in forensic DNA analysis.
And after that impressive background, no objection.
She's admitted as an expert in forensic DNA analysis.
Can you tell the jury just a little bit in general about what is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's the genetic blueprint that makes us who we are. We get half from our mother and half from our father, and it's unique to each individual, with the exception being identical twins.
And where in the body or in what substances, where can DNA be found?
DNA can be found in all nucleated cells, so it can be found in your blood, semen, saliva, and skin cells.
And you may have already answered this question, but what makes it valuable for identification purposes?
It can uniquely identify an individual.
What are the general steps and procedures involved in the DNA testing process?
The DNA typing process is a multi-step process. The first step is called extraction.
their
This
time.
is where we take a cutting of the evidence
They
item,
got to get this guy's
place it into a
testimony
test
worked
tube.
out.
Into that test tube, we'll add
He's gonna
chemicals
eat
that will
him
break
up.
open the cells and release any DNA. Then we determine how much DNA is present. Then we make multiple copies of specific regions of the DNA. And then we place it onto a genetic analyzer, which will separate the DNA based upon size and detect it. And from that, we would get a DNA profile, and we would compare that DNA profile to any reference samples.
And are all DNA testing results peer-reviewed?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
It means another analyst will
Yeah,
look at all
this
of my
is always the
worksheets,
boring part
my
about it.
data, and they will draw their own
Bring
conclusions
someone into the
and
courthouse and
ensure that
have
they
those
agree with
beautiful
my
lashes and get us
findings.
some info. Yeah, Jamie, go do that.
Because every DNA report and every DNA conclusion is
I'll be right back. I got to
Yes.
restart my browser. It's acting
Hey,
funky
The
again.
procedures that you just described with the extraction, isolation, the quantification, amplification, and the typing, are all of those procedures generally accepted in the scientific community?
Yes.
Are those procedures reliable and reproducible?
Yes.
And are they based on valid scientific theory?
Yes.
And in this particular
Did you see the
case, did
volume
follow
note? The defense
procedures
attorney
in an
was talking, and
acceptable
he's
manner?
gonna roast
I
the
did.
guy. He'll get back in there when he get back in there. Yes, Brandon, and he should do it because this is the only
As it
video
relates
evidence
to
they
this
have of it.
case,
Yes.
did the crime
So,
lab receive?
That we know of.
Y'all differ. Are you buccal or buccal?
Buccal.
You call them buccal swabs. Okay. Did you receive buccal swabs of the defendant in this case?
I did.
And did they appear to be properly sealed?
Yes.
And was there any evidence of tampering?
No.
To just show you what has been.
Have you tried
admitted
these?
as State's Exhibit number 5.
Those weak little things.
Yeah, it's
Do you see on
Oh,
State's
I'm-
Exhibit
Is that like a
number
White
5
Claw?
Any indication that
no, it's
Gentleman
Heineken Silver, and I'm gonna put a little gentleman next to it.
Yes.
And where is that?
Nice.
My initials.
Let's see.
That would
It's
be,
It's 5
it's
o'clock.
not noon
and this
yet. Only
podcast-
alcoholics wait till
Under
noon.
the number
I'll
5,
have a
set
beverage
upside down,
with you.
see the CL. See, is it H or A?
CA.
CAL and a date. Is that correct?
Yes.
Food Fairy, what we learned from the last guy was that he drove past, he video recorded, and we didn't see the video. We only heard that she yells, "Stop, stop, stop, pew." And what we hear as he pulled it. So
See, here's what they want to avoid. What the prosecution wants to avoid is what happened yesterday, where she said that she had the holster on her left side, that she had the gun held in her left side, that she was hitting him with her fist on the left side and the right side, switching guns back and forth. The prior witness to that said it was on the right side, and that she was beating on the window and beating on him. This girl is not short. She's standing next to that truck, and she's probably good at 5'8", 5'9".
yeah,
So she's not a little girl.
no, and it's the gentleman version, not the number 7. And I need to make a poster for Brandon.
So
Well, I mean,
I poured myself one, a little bit of the redemption
Just-
weeded bourbon.
to throw a little bit in there too. Remember, he didn't want to testify until he got a DUI and he realized he could probably get some help.
Yeah, he was a little biased because his dad was a cop, so he really wanted to testify after he got a DUI 3 years later.
Mhm.
So that's what we learned. And all of a sudden, he was pulled out and should refresh his statements he made to the officers back in the day. So, slancha,
Cheers.
or what they say.
Oh, it's nice.
It's a good taste.
In this specific case, did the GBI Crime Lab conduct testing on swabs that were obtained from the ridged area of a firearm
Thanks, Fed.
used in this case?
Yes.
Okay. So kind of
Why is
explain-
everyone lying blatantly? We see it, the lawyers see it, but the jurors don't necessarily know BS. Well,
They know.
that's why everyone is lying, because the jury don't know. And we have a panel here where we can sit and argue. We have a great chat running with 70 people, who
Nice.
points out all of these inconsistencies, and that's why we do Trial Watch on this channel, because we want to show what a juror should look out for, because this is so blatant. The jury didn't know he was pulled to refresh his memory and what that means. So
Yeah, they don't understand.
no, he's just put out an okay, well, normally to refresh your memory, you see your report or you read your prior testimony. Dennis, yeah, you missed us all getting a combined aneurysm. But thank you again, Brandon.
Yeah, even the attorneys in the chat were losing it.
Yeah.
Like,
Your role was
no, you
as
can't
it
do
relates to
that.
this case.
So I performed the DNA extraction, and then I determined if there was a sufficient amount of DNA to move to the amplification step to try to get a DNA profile, and there was a sufficient amount. So I was able to generate a DNA profile.
From the swabs from the gun, is that correct?
Correct.
I don't know, because I have
When you
never
talk
heard
the,
about this
The
before.
ridged area of the slide of the gun, can you kind of, do you know, kind of generally where that is on the firearm?
It's the top portion of the firearm.
And so when you were asked to perform the extraction and the other steps that you just described on the swabs from the firearm, what did you locate? Did you locate a profile?
Yes.
Okay. What were your results?
So I obtained a mixture from those swabbings, and a mixture just means that there's more than one person present. And that mixture was too complex for me as a human analyst to interpret. So it was forwarded to something called TrueLil, which is a software program we use for mixtures, and another analyst would have performed that analysis.
And even though there was a mixture, were you able to tell how many profiles you believed were there?
When I visually looked at the mixture,
MG Law
there were at
spoke
least
out.
3
It was either the
individuals.
testimony or the lack of shizzy drinking. Well, it
And
could
were
be
you able
both.
to make any
we cured one of them.
about the major contributor
Yeah.
on those 3 profiles?
Thank
So I
you
was
again,
able to
Brandon.
get a major female contributor from that
I need to
mixture.
get more pads.
And kind of describe for the jury what that a major versus a minor contributor, what you do with those.
So the major contributor is the person who contributes more DNA, and the minors contribute less.
And that just might sound like a weird question, but does that, if you're the major versus the minor, does that have any bearing on how much they may have touched the item or anything like that? Or is it just related to how much DNA they left?
It is possible that they could have touched that item more.
The major.
How much DNA got left in her hair this morning?
And you indicated that you forwarded the profiles that you received for a different type of analysis. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you conduct that analysis?
No.
So the extraction
Yes.
of the
She's
profile
nice hair.
from the
Yeah.
swabs of the firearm and determining that there's a mixture, that's the extent of your work in this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
It depends on what it is.
Xander LeBoy?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you ever see the end results of what, when you sent it off to the True to do the testing, did you ever see the end results?
No.
So you're going off what you initially saw before you send it off to be tested by another means of testing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that there was a major contributor that was female.
Oh, it is.
And was there, from what you could see before it was sent off, was there a minor contributor of a male?
There was.
Was there another minor contributor of another male DNA?
There was another minor contributor. I don't know if it was male.
Okay. But there was one that did classify as male.
Correct.
And do you know, and it was just basically from a swab, so you don't know where from the gun that DNA was taken?
From the slide area.
The sliding area. So the minor contributor that was male.
I'm sorry. The mixture that I obtained came from the slide area.
Okay. So
Oh,
it's fair to
see.
say that there was a major
Lie.
contributor on the slide and then a minor contributor on the slide, and one was female and one was male, correct?
Correct.
Go back to her
You weren't sure
qualifications.
what
She
the
basically
other
got a studies in
contributor from,
women's
correct?
inequality
It would also
studies
come from the slide. Only
at
the
I
slide
Hate Men
was swabbed.
University.
Okay, so the trigger was never tested.
That's correct.
Oh, no, tested the trigger.
Okay, and you didn't see the end results, so you can't really testify to that, can you?
That's correct.
No further questions.
All right, now let's bring our boy back in.
Okay, may this witness step down and be excused? Yes, sir. Okay, thank you.
Now we're gonna have another witness, but let's hear qualifications then.
When I was hired by GBI, I underwent a
What is your educational background for that position?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Microbiology from Mississippi University for Women. And I also have a Master of Science with a concentration in Biochemistry from Mississippi State University.
Mississippi.
Well, you heard the
And,
first one.
Once you received your
Yeah, for
degrees,
women.
you also received
University
training
for
from
Women.
the GBI itself.
Yes, when I was hired by GBI, I underwent a year-long training program, which consisted of written, oral, and practical exams and a competency exam.
Well, she went to a female college.
And then she went to
that's-
Mississippi.
Yeah. Oline Red, this has been a real S show, right? You are absolutely right. The
Yes.
Crown witness with his video who found his courage to testify after he got a DUI was pulled to refresh his memory before cross.
By an investigator from the DA's
Do you
office.
swear or affirm the testimony you will give before the court in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can take your hand down and have a seat. And once you're situated, if you would please introduce yourself to the jury.
Yes, my name is Cynthia Sigwin. That is Cynthia.
Oh, she shouldn't have the name Cynthia with that lisp.
UIN.
And how are you employed?
I am employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Sciences. I am currently the Southwest Regional Crime Laboratory Assistant Manager, and my
GBI.
specialty is forensic biology.
And so Southwest Lab, that means you're in Moultrie right now.
I am in Moultrie.
Were you employed, how long have you been with the GBI?
18 and a half years.
And back in 2020, you were with the GBI.
Yes.
And where were you?
I was at the
Exactly.
headquarters laboratory
With
in
the-
Decatur as an
the guy who
assistant
took his
manager in the
report.
forensic biology section.
And being
Hey,
in the forensic
Vice's
biology
waiters.
section,
Hey,
what
Vices.
Welcome,
specifically
welcome,
is your job
welcome.
description?
Okay.
They've been there,
I
done
received
that.
evidence from state and local
Nice.
agencies to look for the presence of bodily fluids.
Why are they calling
mainly
Rachel
blood,
Levine?
semen, saliva, and I perform DNA analysis on those items. I issue reports and testify in court.
And what is your education?
Brandon is permanently banned from a female-only school in Indiana until further notice, so there is still hope, but they are really rare and odd. Why did you go to a female-only school in Indiana? That's the real question.
Well, I guarantee it wasn't to learn anything.
No. Oh my God, we just jumped a whole heck of a lot. Thank you, Brandon, for going over to Vices and inviting people over.
Thank you.
All you Vices people, lovely people, lovely Vices.
Vices.
This is a case about a young lady in Georgia who witnessed a car accident. The male who hit a semi-truck got out of his car. Then he later fled the scene from, hey, Alan Walsh. He fled the scene, and a corrections officer told her, get after him, get the VIN number. And she did. She boxed him in at a cross-section, went to talk to him. Something happened, and she used her thunderstick one time, and he stopped breathing. He was of a darker complexion. She was of a lighter complexion. There has been a great deal of racial tension about this case. So, and this case is, you missed a good part. A witness was pulled. Hey, Vices. Thank you for stopping by. And
Definitely.
you should have been here before, because a witness was pulled after direct, and the judge said that they needed to take him back and refresh his memory before he was to do the cross-examination. So yeah, I don't know. You are a real
refresh
lawyer.
his memory, especially after yesterday. Refreshing memory is probably necessary, considering they can't figure out whether he had the firearm. She had the firearm holstered on the left or the right, that they can't figure out where exactly in the intersection she was, that people are able to pull right up next to them and block the view of a video camera that clearly recorded what happened. I mean, all the inconsistencies that I've been seeing in all the witness testimonies makes no sense whatsoever. And it was, and of course, MG is saying that, hey, we should be able to allow, because at the time that this happened, citizen arrest was allowed. But the defense is not even pleading that. There's a reason why he's not pleading that, because I don't think he can.
No. Well,
I think
welcome,
that the
Foden,
judges ruled on
and
this.
thank you so much, Lorex, for forcing people over here. And yeah, what you've learned today: don't be a hero in Georgia. Hannah Payne is a 21-year-old woman who witnessed a car accident. Is told by a corrections officer who sees the same accident, go get his VIN number. She follows him, gets out of the car, gets in a kerfuffle with the man in the car, and shoots one shot that hits him in the stomach and stops him from breathing again. And now she's charged with 2 different kinds of murder. She's charged with, yeah, I can see it here.
She's got 8 counts of that are against her, I believe.
2 counts of felony murder, malice murder, aggravated assault, false imprisonment, and 3 charges of weapons possession doing a crime. So she's getting the full stick. The NCAAP has been banging their drums that this was racial motivated. So far, not one single person have said anything about it, other than we had a witness yesterday saying, well, she was yelling at him. But we just heard a video where we could hear nothing being yelled other than stop, stop, stop from this lady. So, yeah, and they just pulled a witness after direct, a witness who really wanted to testify 3 years after the case happened because he got a DUI, as you do.
And there was no deal worked out. No deal worked out, except she would put in a good word for him.
Yeah, absolutely no deal. He wasn't motivated by that at all.
No, you're never motivated just by putting a good word in. Come on. Especially whenever your father's a police officer.
Yeah. It's so stupid. Squidpo Crow says, recommended if you come to Georgia, stay out of Atlanta if at all possible. Well, I might be coming to the US. As you can hear, I have a slight accent because I'm Danish. I will probably not be going to Atlanta. And thank you so much for the $5, Brandon.
You have to come to Atlanta. Got some of the best barbecue here, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much, Vices, for bringing people over.
Most definitely.
Yeah, that's the problem, because we see countries as small places.
I was already sub. Well, now you are.
Thanks so much for subscribing, Smopo Vienna. I have had a few reach out to me to say that they lost their, they were unsubscribed by YouTube.
Yeah, I get subs removed all the time from mine. It's not uncommon.
Yeah. So, but yeah, let's see what this script
down 20
can tell us.
It's weird. Additional background to hold that job.
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in biology from Georgia State University, and then I received extensive training from the GBI in the detection of bodily fluids and DNA analysis that included working with mock samples to simulate casework and oral and practical exams.
And you also received continuing education and training. Have you received that throughout the time at the crime lab?
Yes, we are required to get at least 8 hours of continuing education in the DNA field.
And what is your experience as far as your caseload? Approximately how many DNA typing and comparison analyses have you done?
Oh,
y'all always love that question.
I lost count. Probably about 10 years ago, I hit about 1,000. So
you guys getting nervous in front of a crowd. You know what relaxes the nerve? Get whiskey, shots of whiskey.
Previously?
Yes,
I already have my whiskey out.
Tendered as an expert.
Every time, yes.
Thank you again for the super chat. And Brandon gifted
Flux?
10 memberships, which went to Shizzy was given a membership. Well, thank you, Brandon, for making my panel member a member. And Alan Walls, Pudding Way, Medita. Nice to see you again, Medita. It's been a while. Been there, done that. Just Dawn, Flux, the lovely Mrs. Flux, Miss K. Grift, Guyver Mecton, and Hollymore. No, not Hollymore, Frick Snowden. Welcome all as muffin tops. No, cream pies. Muffin tops or cream pie. I can't remember. Yeah, she does look like Rumble of the Bailey. Thank you so much, Brandon.
Under Ms. Seguin as an expert in forensic biology and forensic DNA analysis.
No, Judge.
So admitted.
In your
I think we've
position
seen
at
her
the crime
before.
lab, have you
Thank
had
you,
the
Lesko.
occasion to conduct what is known as true allele analysis?
Yes, I have.
Okay, I'm going to spell out true allele for our court reporter. It's one word, capital TRU, capital ALLELE. Did you receive training on how to conduct that particular analysis?
Yes, I did. I was actually part of the team that brought true allele analysis into the GBI, set up all the policies and procedures, and then I've actually also trained other analysts in performing true allele analysis.
And have you testified to true allele results in the past?
Yes, I have.
All right, so we've talked about it. What is it? What is true allele?
So TrueAllele is just a computer software system that helps us analyze complex mixtures that we're not able to separate into the contributors of that mixture by hand.
And so if there's more than one profile on a particular swab or on a particular item, sometimes the profiles can become too mixed up to separate.
Yes, so a lot of DNA just gives us
I'm
a
pulling
single
that one up,
person's
oh dear.
profile, and we're able to do a direct comparison to known reference samples. When we have two people's DNA, we have a mixture. Some mixtures we're able to actually separate into a major contributor and a minor contributor, but once we start getting
There are
multiple
three
individuals or
contributors to
certain
the
other types
mixture.
of mixtures, we're not able to separate them out manually, and we use this computer software to help us do that.
And what does the software do? What does it help us do versus a traditional comparison?
So it's going to
Interesting.
try to determine what are the best explanations for the data, what DNA from that's in that mixture is most likely to be contributed by the major person and to a minor person. And then it compares those explanations that it made to DNA reference samples, and it tells us how more or less likely that person is a contributor to that mixture than an unrelated person in the population.
So it's comparing it to how likely it is that this person is more so than a random person in the population.
Yes.
Okay. Are all DNA results, including the true allele results, peer reviewed?
Yes, they are.
Are the procedures that you just described for true allele, are they accepted in the scientific community?
Yes, they are.
Have they been accepted here in courts in Georgia?
Yes, they have.
Are the procedures reliable and the results reproducible?
Yes,
And
they
the
are.
buddy who took Blue Suits, man.
And are the procedures
But
based
is
on
definitely just
valid
looking for
scientific
somewhere
theory?
wine and
Yes,
for
they
Baker
are.
to finish his drink. Let's
And
go.
in this particular case, did you follow the procedures?
You know I
in a
don't
sensible manner?
pound my
Yes,
drinks.
I did.
Yeah, I
In
don't
this
pound
case,
mine either.
what was processed using the true allele
You
system?
pound something else.
Okay, I had DNA data that was already processed by Ms. Lavoie that was obtained from the swabs from the ridged areas of the slide from gun.
And did you also have known DNA samples from two individuals
Thank
to
you, Brandon.
compare?
Yes, I did.
And would those two individuals be Kenneth Herring and the defendant Hannah Payne?
Yes.
Why did this case qualify?
Just
for
to
true
humor
allele
you, and
analysis?
it's a Friday.
This was a mixture of at least 3 individuals, and so therefore it was automatically sent to true allele.
Yeah, I won't be doing any of that for a little bit.
And what can you tell us about the 3 contributors as
No,
far
it's
as how many
5:40
major,
here,
how
so
many
I can do
minor,
it.
and the gender?
Yeah,
There was at least 1 male,
I have things to
and there was
do
a
this
major
afternoon. So
female contributor.
And what were your results of the true
probably
allele
around lunchtime,
analysis in this
whenever
case?
they break for
Okay.
lunch, I'll
So first, a match
Flip off
was
a little bit,
identified
but I
between
will
that
be back.
DNA data from the swabs of
See
the
you
ridged
later.
area of the slide from gun and Hannah Payne.
All these tests
A
of
match
DNA don't match really subjective.
between
Yeah.
that DNA data and Hannah Payne is approximately 300 sextillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population.
Nice.
And y'all, you know exactly what
Back
question
the
that
tapes to
is.
last night
How
when they
many
were just
zeros are
beating
in
the brakes
36
off of
trillion?
some.
I
high-proof-
believe it's 24.
You know, it wasn't wine; it was beer.
And there's not even that many people on the planet.
No, there's about
Lion
8
by the
billion
Sea, thank you
people.
so
The
much for the
billion
super
has 9
sticker.
zeros,
And
and the sextillion, like I said, has
Brandon, Shizzy, we can roll back the tapes to last night when you were just beating the brakes off some high proof wine, pounding it, if you will.
No, I pounded a pint of high proof beer, 11% alcohol. Yep, that was that was last night.
That was a good idea at the time.
It was good. It's good. I've got to get some, and see, I've got to go get some more beer. That's the thing.
Yeah,
I think I have Gutter Girl on tomorrow. If we can get it worked out, she'll be coming on tomorrow.
Cool. But yeah, let's get on with this old lady. Oh, he's going to
he's
come
back.
back.
Oh, I can't wait to see
So
what he has to
major
remember.
profile that was
Thanks for the
female,
super sticker. Going on the
did the
board.
Trulil results to Hannah Payne.
that is correct.
What, if anything, was your result when you compared the minor profiles to the known samples?
So when I was comparing it now to Kenneth Herring, I got inconclusive results because I did not get meaningful match statistics, which just means that the comparison to Kenneth Herring put us in our inconclusive range in our statistics.
And why would there be an inconclusive range? Tell us about that.
So when we were doing our analyses to introduce Trulil into the laboratory,
Thank you,
we were
Brandon.
looking to
And
make
thank
sure
you
that
for the
all
super
the
chat.
people who we've made
Way too
mixtures,
kind.
and we made sure that all of the people who were supposed to be in the mixtures were included, and all of the people who were supposed to be excluded were excluded. We did have a range of statistics where we were not having those true contributors show into the mixture, or those true exclusions show into the mixture, and so we call that range our inconclusive range, and we're not able to say whether or not a person is or is not a part of that mixture.
So you can't say that Mr. Herring did touch the gun, and you can't say he didn't.
That is correct.
Yeah, absolutely.
say
Lion
that
by the
Hannah
Sea.
Payne
We
did
don't
there.
know.
Yes.
Yeah, obviously, no, he never touched the gun. It was right there in his window. He wouldn't reach out,
Sigwin.
touch it.
Okay. So when you're doing these testing and it was sent off, you weren't present when it was tested, correct?
I did not do the original DNA testing. That is correct.
But you did receive the results, and you obviously very capable of reading those results. And you said that there was a major and then a minor. The major was female and the minor was male, correct?
There was at least a major female and at least a minor male. Yes.
And these were all on top of the slide, correct?
From where that description is, the ridged areas of the slide from the gun.
Okay. Now, does this analysis actually try to test to see if the one DNA is on top of the other, or does it not get that detail?
We're not able to determine that. It just all gets mixed together.
Okay. And in this mixture, you said it was inconclusive, which means you can't rule out that it was Mr. Herring's DNA, but you can't confirm with, say, 24 zeros that it was him, correct?
Yeah, I cannot say whether or not his DNA was or was not present on the gun.
And a major contributor would be somebody who's possibly handled the gun before. How many times does it, and I know if you can't answer it, please just let me know, but a major would be somebody who has, handled it a couple of times, taking it off, putting it down, or holding it.
Yes, the more somebody handles something, the more their DNA is going to be left behind.
Okay. And then a minor could be somebody that briefly grabs it, and then it would leave DNA on it.
Yes.
And that's the DNA, kind of what the conclusion you came to from these analysis?
I don't really have any conclusion about who grabbed it for any amount of time. I just know that Hannah Payne was the major contributor on the gun, and I did not get conclusive results for Kenneth Herring.
Okay. So you can't, and I'm not sure what this machine does, but you can't say conclusively that the male DNA was on top of or the minor was on top of the major.
That is not something we can do at all.
It's just kind of a blend.
Yeah.
So two DNAs were blended on the top, or
There were
possibly
actually
three.
Yeah, actually three DNA all blended together on that part of the slide.
And a third DNA probably could have been recognized by being handed the gun and briefly holding it, or.
Yes, anybody who had previous contact with the gun could have left their DNA behind. Yes.
No further questions.
And would you like from the state?
And that could be any males that you couldn't conclusively say that it's Kenneth Herring's male DNA. It could be any other males that touched the firearm as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
Anything further?
Yes, it's very good.
I get paid 1,000 an hour to look at the jury and text mine.
I know that there's at least a major female
I
and at
could do
least
that, Nick.
one minor male. That's all I'm able to determine from the DNA.
Okay, but you said there was possibly another male DNA, which would be categorized as minor.
So there is a third profile there. I can't say if that third profile is the one that is contributing the male DNA. All I know is there's a major female because that shows the most DNA, and at least one of the two minor contributors is a male. That's all I can say at that
And
point.
because you didn't have a swab to
Thank you,
compare
Brandon.
the two minor males, you just came with the one female, one male, and possibly a third.
Correct.
No further questions.
Does he have any other questions for this witness? Please. Yes, you may be excused. Thank you. Okay, I call this next witness.
We're gonna check on the status of this witness.
Okay.
Yeah, now we're getting the man back who had to have his statements refreshed.
For him to complete.
Very lengthy witnesses for me, so I would ask that we finish this waiting prior to the court.
Okay. Okay, so we'll just wait for him to be brought into the chamber.
This is going to be interesting since they had to refresh his memory before they could do the cross-examination.
Yeah.
And he had the only video we have of the incident, but you can't see the pewing on.
Attorney Tucker has the opportunity to cross-examine you.
On the video.
Good afternoon, Mr. Willis. Well, my name is Matt Tucker, I'm the attorney for Ms. Payne. I appreciate you taking your time to be here today. Now, the clip that we saw was very quick, correct?
Correct.
Did you see what ensued before you videotaped?
Just a lot of arguing, yelling back and forth in the intersection.
Okay, and you saw that by the time you were there, the two cars, had they already collided, or did it appear it collided?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that you
That's
got
a
a beard
good
to the
question,
left,
Medina.
was driving by him, correct?
Yes.
So that lane of traffic was kind of clear. You could go to the left and just continue on.
Like I stated earlier, I actually drove around a couple people to get through the intersection. I was running late for a class.
But did you find it's fairly easy to kind of just go around them?
In a way, after driving around a couple people, yes.
Okay, and there was no kind of cars blocking you from being able to go around them?
No.
Okay. Now, that video was kind of quick, so I have some more still pictures to have you identify, if you don't mind.
All right.
If I may approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'll take it off 1.25. Thank you again, Brandon. Yeah, he has a different attitude now. It's the typical defense dementia, probably, where you can't remember anything when the defense asks you.
I'm sorry. I was explaining to him that my 14 doesn't really look like a 14, but I wanted to establish that 14 is where we start. Everything else.
Thank you, Brandon.
Okay, you can just explain that out loud.
Okay.
He wasn't prepped on this.
So as I stood there and explained to you that the first one starts at 14 and then goes in chronological order. Do you see those pictures?
I do.
And are they a fair and accurate representation of what you recorded on that day?
Yes, sir.
They're no way hindered in any way or altered or a misrepresentation of what your video showed.
I recorded these.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I would like to send your defense exhibit number 14 to number 22.
Any objection from this?
Just like there's.
She's gonna object.
Indicated they've not been altered in any way, and one of them is very clearly zoomed in. So I just want that clarification to be made. I don't have an objection to the photographs being
Liar.
tendered, but I want to make it, I want it to be made clear that one of them is, one of that's altered, but it's certainly zoomed in.
Okay, and the record will reflect that. Your response?
I don't think he's gotten to
Be
it
nice.
yet. When he does, he can make that observation.
Okay,
But otherwise, I have to say does not object to the admission of the document.
so I admitted without objection.
Exactly, Haley.
Thanks.
Yeah, he doesn't
And if I
understand.
may
He's
cross-
about to show some stuff that he has no idea.
What's going on so quickly?
I mean, I remember the video fine. I'm kind of confused on what the pictures are. It's the same thing I've been looking at.
Thank you for the gifted membership, Squad Bob. It went
Oh,
to
dude.
Yes.
Juan Stevens.
Dude, did you just catch that?
Sorry?
Yeah.
Rewind it a little bit. What he just said to him, being ace,
I'm
absolute.
kind of
smartest.
confused on what the pictures are. It's the same thing I've been looking at.
So, but these are fair and accurate.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Mhm.
He's confused about the pictures are showing he was looking at.
Yeah, because
And
this
it's
is the
just
same
from-
thing I was looking at. Like, why are you showing me these?
No, he fine with him, and then she made the comment about the zoom in, and now all of a sudden he's like, yeah, I'm kind of confused. Like,
Yeah.
Yep. Like I said, he's reading her cues.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
now
he was
confused.
just no, he wasn't coached. He just was helped to remember what he told.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's looking at her right now, just like, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do?
Yeah.
At the beginning, when you were pulling up,
Yep.
Thank you, Swap Up.
Oh, sorry about that.
so as you were pulling up on the scene, maybe it's a better.
Oh, now you're showing attitude. Mm-hmm.
Better be like it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as you were pulling up the scene, that would be a shot that you took of your camera from the front of your vehicle, correct? Through the
Correct.
windshield?
Correct.
Okay, and you said at that time, you saw them struggling, you heard them yelling.
Pause.
Is that a fair?
Sorry, for all you new people who weren't here, we had a witness tell us that she parked. This Jeep should be this way.
Yep.
Because she was clearly in front of him, and so that witness again seems less credible now with a new witness. And talking about being very credible is Carlene, who gave me 3 corner kisses. Thank you so much,
Aw.
Carlene.
That's so nice.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
I
looking.
like
I'm looking at this because so she's cut him off, but there's another car in front of her that's cut off also,
Yeah,
and then there's.
but it looks like
another
it's emerging because you have the truck looks like it's going that way as well.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But where's so the white car could be the first witness, maybe the one who was
Maybe.
clearly hearing everything happening over here. She could clearly hear he was yelling she was yelling profanities at this poor old man.
Yeah, she's in that white car. Then yeah, she could be hearing that. I could see
Yeah,
that.
with the closed window.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's open on the other side.
Yeah.
She ain't gonna see anything from that angle. No way.
Miss Payne is a 25-year-old lady who tried to look very innocent in the. That's why, yeah. She's probably gonna have some nice tattoos. They're gonna be worse than mine.
I know it's so weird. I don't know the traffic.
Yeah. She said she cracked the window to hear. Yeah, because you can clearly sit in the past. Yeah, I didn't like her testimony.
Yeah, none of the.
Yes, there was definitely an argument.
Sorry, Jimmy.
No, I said none of the witnesses have been very good at all.
No. Yes, she did pew him. The thing is, was it because he grabbed her gun and pulled it? Because there's some male DNA they can't determine on the slide. So did he grab it, and in the tussle, she says he pulled the trigger with my finger. So
Yeah.
did he hold? I'm just going to pull this down. Did she hold it and he grabbed it and drag it? So that will make this one go this way.
And he was
And,
shot right to left. So
Or
Yeah.
he may have grabbed the whole firearm like this and had his hands over her hands and forced her finger back. We don't know because it happened so quick that all she knows is that firearm went off in her hand while he was there.
while she was
And,
doing
and we can hear on the video that he's screaming no, no, no 3 times before the pew. And other witnesses claimed she was yelling profanities at he's a 65. Jamie, help me out. 65-year-old.
5-year-old man. He was in a car accident before this incident happened. He hit a semi, got out of his car, looked around, got back in, and then took off from the scene.
Yeah, it was about 20 minutes from the time that he hit that semi that he pulled over and they called 911
Mhm.
20 minutes later, he got in his car and drove off. And she was told to go after him, get his tag. And this
She thought
is
he was
where
drunk.
we're at.
Yeah, from her thing is she thought he was drunk and didn't want him to hurt anyone. And then altercation ensued.
Yeah, and the prosecution seems slimy, and the judge seemed very state happy. She
Yeah.
rules the craziest ways, and she allowed the witness we have on the stand now to be taken out to refresh his memory after direct examination before cross-examination.
Well, this is the third judge on this case, right? Third or fourth judge. So
Yeah.
the first one was asked to recuse herself after she, and it had to do with this case where he was supposed to be in court, but he had a stroke and was in the hospital. And she publicly stated that she doubted that he was having a stroke and that she was moving forward with the case with or without him.
Yeah, she was holding him in contempt for being sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she was also by the 911 operator told to stop chasing and go back. This is the 911 call. You can hear her get out of the car and talking to him, and then coming back and yelling. He pulled the gun with my finger, or pulled the trigger with my finger, or something like that. Better defense seemed she just mistook him for a deer and had to put it out of his misery. Fed, I'm not sure that'll help.
No, that
Yeah.
wouldn't fly. Probably not.
He said in 2019 there was a citizen's arrest law that you are allowed, if you watch somebody commit a felony, which he did, a hit and run, you are able to go after them, correct?
Yes, but it was changed
at the
after
time.
the Aubrey case. So
Yeah, but
she might be convicted because of a law that existed at the time, which doesn't exist anymore. And it kind of seemed like the state wanted to infer that she wasn't allowed to do it, but she was allowed at the time. Was it legal? Yeah, because she made a citizen's arrest, and that's legal. And at the time was legal in Georgia until the Ahmaud Aubrey case.
Yeah.
So, but she's been charged with detaining him illegally, because if it's not a legal citizen's arrest, it's illegal.
and all the witnesses have told that she's got out of the car, pulled her gun, punched him, and then shot him. So
Punched him, slapped him, shot him, and then punched and slapped him some more.
Yeah.
And then urinated on him and all kinds
Pretty
of stuff.
much.
I mean, they pretty much are accusing her of anything that they can to try to make it stick. And this is the witness that videotaped it, but they've got freeze frames of each one and zoomed in so you can see a little bit clearer what's going on.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see what they get out of the video. Well, yeah, she didn't do the number one safety feature on a gun, but again, if she's, because the way she's standing in one of the pictures, it looks like he may be grabbing her left arm, and then she takes out the boomstick. So then it's okay to defend yourself, I would think.
She screamed at him and had time to change her clothes. Yeah. Well, she also had time to move her holster from the left to the right multiple times.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
switch hands while she was
beating him with both hands at the same time, pulling the trigger with both hands at the same time.
That's what they claim.
Flux, citizen's arrest is not legal anymore after the Ahmaud Aubrey case. They amended the laws in Georgia after that case.
2022, I think.
Yeah. 21, 22.
Yeah.
Tussle.
Do you see the vehicles where they're positioned?
Yes.
And where they're positioned, does it appear that they have collided?
It may look like that.
But you weren't present when that occurred, correct?
I didn't see how they got to that point. No, I wasn't there for that.
But so it's fair to say when you came into where it is that you can see right there that point.
When I approached them, she was already out of her vehicle at his door.
And the first thing you do during an accident or a traffic stop is whip out your cell phone. We all know that, right? Because
You
that's
refresh
safe.
your interview with the, as you refresh your memory with the interview with the police officers later on, correct?
Not anymore.
Do you recall telling them
Oh, that's
that
what
he
that
was
is
at the
repealed
window,
May 20th.
banging on the window with the gun?
Yes.
Okay. And at one point you even said that it appeared that he and her were struggling over the gun, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Next one. You think court TV will show it?
Picture that depicts when you saw them struggling over the gun, or is it just the whole struggle was so quick?
I think you show other pictures in that pile that could be a little bit more clear.
Okay.
Oh.
I might approach Sean.
Yes.
What to do?
No, we may be approach, Your Honor. This is ruining our case.
Yeah.
That may be the best one that he has.
Is there another one that might help to that picture?
That might be the best one we have.
I mean, out of these photos, that may be the best one that you have. But there's definitely a tussle when I approach them.
That's not what I asked.
No. Then
yeah, he knows. He knows.
that-
Yeah, you just
that
got
may be
coached.
the best depiction of them struggling over the gun, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly,
So you
John
saw
Kerry.
Miss
Oh,
Pam.
yeah, we should maybe, because there's a lot of new people here. He was in an accident with a semi-truck, gets out of the car, is there 15, 20 minutes, then gets in his car and drives off, and that's why she's pursuing him. The state has claimed it was because he was having a insulin shock, diabetic moment, and wanted to go to a hospital. He drives past one hospital, and then the accident happens closer to another hospital. But he didn't have hypoglycemia, or whatever it's called with diabetes. So
Yeah, his blood sugar was not at a rate that it was, low or high. It was just regular.
Yeah.
I'm way behind, but it's possible. No, it wasn't that kind of hit and run. No.
And Sauter, no, I don't think he was. I think he just, as far as I can tell, what we see these pictures, he wanted to get away and grabbed her arm, and then she pulls out the boom stick.
Yeah.
So
yeah, he was not wanting to stick around, and that's not uncommon. That's not uncommon in Georgia.
Yeah.
I mean, my car was parked in a parking lot. Someone smashed into the side of it, totaled it, and drove off.
Yeah, a lot of people do that around here too.
An a-hole.
Just saying. I mean, and if you've got a way to get away, you're going to do it, especially
if you don't have insurance or stuff like that.
Yeah.
Hypoglycemia, exactly. Yeah, and with her last name Payne, that pew, and that Jeep, she must be from up here.
That's
the extreme North Georgia mountains. Well,
John Gary is correct. ME said the blood sugar could not have been high, but it cannot be determined whether it was normal or low. No, because they didn't test for it. As somebody explained, you could have tested in the eyeball and it would have given you a very accurate amount of what his blood sugar level was. But they couldn't determine that he did. Most likely he didn't. Most likely he got in an accident and was in shock and said, I'm out of here.
Yeah,
but according to
has
the
correctly right here,
prosecutor, he was driving himself to the hospital.
Yeah, going past the hospital to another one.
Yeah.
But if the prosecutor says he had low blood sugar, he clearly did.
And here's the thing. No one has, all that was testified to this diabetic shock was a corrections officer who works in the infirmary but has no medical training whatsoever, said it looked like he was in some kind of diabetic shock. And that's where this diabetic shock came into play. And he must have been trying to go to a hospital, but no one knows that. No. At all. He never said that.
Yeah, I
No,
don't know enough about blood sugar, but according to somebody in chat, they said whenever you die, your blood sugar levels out. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and
Makes sense to me, but okay.
he's sponsored by Nike today.
Well, you would
Chris
think he would
Hospital
have
was
explained
probably
that,
out of his care network. Well, it could be.
Yeah.
you know.
Jamie, not sure if MLS knows, but court will be back. MLS will do the afternoon, and he will start at 1:30, I think, if the promptly kit is done, because he wrote me earlier that he couldn't get over here because that was still going.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Gonna be-
Oh yeah, and we had a lot of mask on the previous witnesses.
On her tippy toes, right there, correct?
I mean, that's the only picture I'm looking at.
Okay. And it appears that her left shoulder of her shirt is being pulled, correct?
I don't know if I can necessarily say that.
Okay.
Oh, okay. But the jury could.
Did you see Miss Payne's shirt that day?
I mean, I honestly wasn't paying any mind to her clothing.
Okay, but you did see it after the incident?
Honestly, so after the gunshot went off, I actually went to go check on the gentleman in the truck. I wasn't worried about Miss Payne.
Pause.
I think this is
Pause.
I do Brandon first, and then you can gather
Yeah.
your thoughts. I think this is just I think this is just a legal but bad shoot. But who knows? Maybe if anyone could stop lying, we could. Brandon.
Yeah.
Lying is always part of baseball. It's crying that's not part of baseball. Thank you so much for the super chat.
So they asked him on direct if he had watched the video. He was like, "Oh yeah, multiple times." Now he's saying, "I never noticed what she was wearing. I never noticed her clothes."
Yeah, it's such a weird case, and low blood sugar can cause symptoms that mimic drunkenness. I'm diabetic. Blood sugar can drop, then levels out in minutes. Yeah, but did they talk? Jamie, you have watched the most of the trial with Dave. Have they talked about him being drunk? Well, she believed him to be drunk, but he stuck around for like 20 minutes.
They thought he was drunk because he just he just rammed into somebody, and then he was just irritable and he wasn't happy. He got out of the car, he was fussing, and then was looking around at his car, and then got back in and left. And they told him they called the police and stuff like that, so he knew they were coming. And the only thing that got mentioned about diabetes was from the guy that approached him.
Right.
He said it just seemed like, because he didn't smell alcohol on him or anything.
Well, and I've known people that seem like they're drunk whenever they're not. It has nothing to do with blood sugar. They just have that sort of attitude.
His sister come in and say that he was a diabetic, but she couldn't tell us anything like about if he takes his medication regularly or anything about his, like if he takes care of himself, etc. So the state's whole basis is he had to go because he was trying to get to the hospital because he was going through some diabetic issues, but nobody knows that. That's the whole thing. And then the ME came in, they did the toxicology report. They said he didn't have any alcohol in him, no drugs, and they didn't find anything odd about his blood sugar levels. So yeah, so that's all we got.
Yeah, and he was glassy-eyed. But again, he's just been in an accident. He could have he could be in shock.
Yeah.
See you, Alan.
Exactly. And the guy that approached the accident said they did see leaking from the truck and it was smoking. So it wasn't just like a little tiny fender bender.
Yeah, there would be no reason for him to leave. Like if the car's, and you saw the truck, it's not in the prettiest shape anyway.
Mm-hmm.
There would be no reason for him to leave unless
he wanted to hide something.
Maybe he had been drinking and didn't want to get in trouble for drinking and driving.
Yeah.
Maybe he was having an episode. Maybe he had no insurance. We don't know. All we know is he got in his truck and he left.
And
And
he left the scene of an accident, and the hospital isn't good. Grady is just up the interstate. That's the local knowledge I don't understand. What difference does it make? Because the state wants to imply that the reason he left the scene of the accident was because he wanted to take himself to the hospital, and this lady just was a Karen who followed her, and either was because she's a raving racist, started pew-pewing him out of the blue, or she was just a Karen who pew-pewed him.
That was their story. Their whole basis was the fact that she didn't like the way he was driving after, so she was going after him to take care of business. That's their whole.
So if you're driving down the road, Jamie, and you witness me weaving back and forth in between traffic, like locking up my brakes, trying to cause an accident, what would you say? I don't like the way this guy is driving.
I don't like the way he's driving. And I have called 911 on the road with somebody doing that.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. I didn't follow them because I had somewhere to,
but wouldn't that be something that you would say? I don't like the way this guy is driving. It's
what
scary. It's scary. Now think she's on the phone with 911. She says, I'm going to follow. I don't like the way that he's driving.
She said, I think he's going to hurt somebody because she thought he was drunk. Because who crashes into a semi truck and then just walks around, looks at their car, and doesn't wait for police or an ambulance if they're going through something and takes off?
You got heavy traffic, and all of a sudden he's taking off, and it's just like there's no cops anywhere around. This guy's going to run somebody over or hurt them. She's thinking she's doing what is like being like protecting people. It's like if you see an alligator in the water, you don't just let people jump in there. Well, I mean, in my case, you might, but you might want to warn them off and say, hey, back off.
Yeah. And Branka actually was on with Dave and Jamie the other day. He knows about this. He has opined on this case, but no, I don't think they've called him.
He went over the citizens arrest law in 2019 and the fact that if you witness somebody committing a felony, you are able to basically go after them and detain them.
Yeah, but I don't think they're letting it in. I don't think they're going to allow that as a defense.
They haven't talked about it at all, but it is a thing. So hopefully people know about it.
Yeah. That's as he says, stay hard to convict.
Yeah. And don't forget the corrections officer was at the scene and he did instruct her while he was on the phone with 911 because you heard it. Go after him and get his tag. So she did also.
Yeah.
So.
But Iris says she totally went in shooting if she would have stayed back from the wind, but okay, she assaulted him. Yeah, if she stayed away from the window, he couldn't have grabbed either her hand or the gun.
Yeah.
But I think you need her on the stand in this case.
Yeah. I don't think a lot of the things she did were the greatest ideas ever. Don't get me wrong. But is it what they're, charging her with? That's the whole thing. No.
But let's see how this brain scientist gets off on this one.
16. From what you see
Then he comes
there,
back after lunch.
does it appear that the shirt is being pulled on the left shoulder?
I see them both tussling. That's what I see.
And since 17, does that help give a better picture of a possible pulling of the shirt?
I'm not trying to be difficult, but he's trying to get him to say something that he has very clearly indicated that's not what he sees. He can't say that.
Putting a brand new picture in front of him to help refresh his memory, either he sees or he doesn't.
And I'm going to.
It's a yes or no question.
Objection. I think what you're trying to do is to get him to say something, and he's already clear in his response. So I'm going to sustain the objection.
In this tussle that you saw, it appeared both parties were pulling, tugging on each other.
Yes.
And you said at one point it appeared they were pulling and tugging on the gun.
No. At first, I originally didn't see the gun. After I watched the video several times is when I kind of came to that conclusion.
And that is what you told the police in your interview, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And during this period of time, did you see anything else in her hand?
No.
Did you see something that was close by to her on the ground?
Nope.
And if I may, this was the picture that was zoomed in on. So you see, that's fair and accurate representation of what you videotaped, correct?
Yes, I remember her picking up the shell casing during this.
Now, zooming in on that right there.
This
That
is a
being
farce, Brandon. You are
basically the same
absolutely right.
picture, just zoomed in a little bit better, correct?
Okay.
All right, do you see what's there at her feet?
No, I do not. I don't know what that is.
Okay. Is it fair to say during the video that it appears she's picking up something right there?
Yes, she picked up a shell casing.
Okay. And is this a continuation of the
Thank you,
video
Brandon.
that appears what she picked up is in her hand?
Okay.
Does that appear to be a shell casing?
I believe the shell casing was picked up in the video. I think these photographs are
What?
I think these photographs are one, real blurred, and then two, you wouldn't be able to see a shell casing through these photographs anyway.
Why? Why not?
And so you're not familiar if she picked up a phone or shell casing?
I'm not saying that she didn't.
Oh, I'm just saying, you're saying you don't know what she picked up?
Smart ass.
No.
Okay.
No, I mean, to my knowledge, she picked up the shell casing from the video that I seen.
To your knowledge.
And I'm not saying that she didn't drop her
So
phone.
you're testifying she picked up a shell casing.
You did not see when the phone,
No.
how it got to the ground? You didn't see
No,
anything?
I wasn't even paying attention to it, honestly. Never thought about it.
And you say she picks up the shell casing because you didn't see what was picked up?
When I watched the video for myself, and I've seen it a million times, it looks like she picked up a shell casing.
Okay. How many shots were fired?
One.
So there's only one shell casing that she picked up, correct?
Correct.
And during this interview with the police, do you recall telling
Well, he just
them
remembered
that
his
she
testimony
asked you
after
to
going
stay
over
by to tell the police what
Yep.
happened?
Correct, she did.
And she was asking basically for your assistant to give a accurate depiction of what happened.
Yes.
Okay.
She, when I got out of the car to go check on a gentleman,
Hey, Huddy.
she asked me, did I see what happened? Could I be a witness?
And she didn't seem to be wanting to run or to get
No,
away.
not at all.
Okay. And you said later on when the police arrived,
Mhm.
they walked up to her. She pulled the gun off her hip and handed it to the officer.
She cooperated.
Okay. Was he a male officer?
Yes.
And he didn't have any gloves when he took the gun, did he?
I'm not sure.
So you didn't say if he had gloves or not.
I can't recall.
Okay. But he did take the gun,
Yeah, she cooperated with the officers.
and he was a male officer that took the gun.
Yes.
Now, also in your interview, you said when they were tussling around, you could hear what they were saying back and forth, correct?
No, I did not say that.
That's
I
not
could
what he
hear Miss
said.
Payne. I couldn't hear the other gentleman. I could hear her just yelling "stop," and I'm assuming that she was yelling "stop" over their tussle, but I don't have anything else.
So you heard her say, "Stop!" You
I heard
were
her,
yelling.
yeah, I heard her yelling. Yes,
Okay. But you're not sure what she was yelling "stop" about.
not sure at all.
But the tussle was continuing to ensue when
No.
she was screaming "stop."
Yes, sir.
No further questions, John.
Any redirect for this witness?
That wasn't as damning as it could have been.
Mm.
So
Okay.
Here's the
Okay, thank you, Mr. Williams.
here's my thought on it. Is he knew that they prepped him on a whole bunch of stuff, and he was going to breach a lot of that stuff. He wasn't even going to
Do you
touch
have
it.
another witness that it intends to call before lunch, or is this a good time
This
to
would be a
break?
good time to break so that we don't have to immediately.
Hey, Lefty.
Or in the
Lefty?
beginning.
Okay, all right, ladies and gentlemen, it is now 11:50. I am going to go ahead and.
Well, the
give you a
tape, I
lunch
think, did
break.
it for itself.
I would ask that you report back by 1 o'clock this afternoon so that we can move forward with our case. As always, the instructions that I've given to you still apply.
Blah, 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 blah. Mass, yes, we had the ME telling us he was shot from the right side towards the left, but she could absolutely not testify what position she was in. He was in when he got shot, but it was a right to left trajectory. So we was kind of like that's a weird angle to be shot if he's sitting in a car. Then we had this gentleman on. He was pulled off the stand to be instructed, no, to be refreshed in his memory of what he had testified to earlier. He was a special case because he was driving by and started to videotape it, and he really wanted to help because he was a special case. His father was a police officer. He didn't really reach out to the state until after he got his DUI, and he wasn't promised anything, but she would put in a good word for him. And then he really wanted to testify, and he was pulled out of the courtroom. Went back there with a detective for like half an hour, which is something I don't know how you can do it, and then we had another ME testifying that there was 3 sets of DNA on the gun. The only ones recognizable were her, which is totally reasonable because it's her gun. And but they couldn't say if the decedent had her on it. Yeah, we were so lucky. We were rated by Vices. Thank you, Vices, for sending people over.
Vices.
No, because we just saw a video that he was in the car. So, yeah.
Yeah.
If he has his chest turned toward her, then right to left is most likely. Well, with my poor drawing skills, she's standing outside of the car. We saw she had the pew-pew in her right hand. Then you have the car with him in it here. So if she's to shoot him in this direction, he should have been turned
180 degrees.
Yeah, he should have his right shoulder up against the steering wheel almost.
Yeah, it was a stomach shot.
Yeah, stomach shot. Yeah, yeah. The refreshing of the memory was really insane.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Smo Pro Vienna. I know a lot of you are new here. I do a lot of stupid drawings to try and visualize it because I'm not a lawyer, so I don't really know the law. I'm what's called a layman in Denmark. That's our jury system. And I always find it when I'm in court and have to figure out what the defense or the prosecutors are telling me. I like to draw things to try and visualize it. I do it better that way, and that's I figured out I could do it on screen. So I do that sometimes. Exactly, Lion by the Sea. That's our question. How the F did that happen?
Because the witness she was just beating on him and then shot him from outside the car. And
it could have been 2 inches away or 2 to 3 feet away. We don't know.
And they were claiming he wasn't fighting back. That was the whole thing, because when the cop showed up, she had like her shirt was ripped and she had apparently had marks on her,
yeah, she has scratch mark on her face.
On her face and her neck.
Well,
so,
Holly Hollymore, remember all the things you have learned by watching me, Vices, and all the other people who cover cases. Don't try to get out of jury duty. Get in there and be the reasonable one. Brad, that's what we were arguing for like half an hour this morning, because to have someone shoot you in the, this is my right side. I don't know if it's flipped in the camera.
No, it's right.
But a stomach shot that goes in, deviates a little bit to the left, and gets stuck in the back.
What are you doing?
She should have, and she had the gun in her right hand. We saw that in the video. So she should he should be twisted like 100, at least 90 degrees from the normal way you're sitting when you're driving, or she should have been in. Her claim is he pulled the gun and she had the finger on the trigger, and that's what made it go off.
And they struggled.
In a struggle. Yeah. If he wasn't fighting back, that angle would never have happened. No, it seems very, very. Yeah, remember, Holly, innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, it's the ninja spider. It's always the ninja spider who does it.
Always. Damn ninja
I don't even
spiders.
I don't have my picture of my ninja spider. Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, what is wrong with you?
I don't know why the ninja spider lives its own life.
Being a ninja.
Exactly. That's a big problem with ninja spiders.
Yeah, that's what we think. Lying by the Sea is like he was pulling her arm in there, because in the video that the guy had, she was screaming "Stop! Stop! Stop!" during the struggle.
Ninja spider does whatever a ninja spider does.
Look at that ninja spider. That's
The
who.
ninja spider is from another case we covered where a lady claimed that it was ninjas, it was the Petco mafia, and I can't remember who else did it, but she took her unalive stepson to Florida to revive him, the same place Tupac had been revived.
No, it was the
She
Texas,
was,
because the spider. This, remember?
no, yeah. The ninja spider was from Texas. That's right. That's the.
Somebody
We watched
was
too many
using
cases.
spider venom to try and unalive them. That was an interesting.
Yeah, but it was because we had the one with the Petco mafia. He would have had to pull the gun into the car with him and bend her wrist. Exactly. And that leans credence to her. He pulled the trigger with my finger, because she says that in the 911 video.
Mm. And the witnesses were supposed to prove that no, she was beating him and then just shot him.
Yeah, because she was a very, very bad person who don't like people with another complexion. Well, Fundian, I do these in Denmark. You sign up for 4 years at the time, and I would say because I do somewhere between 10 or 20 cases a year. You learn to put your biases aside. You will always. My first child case, of course, had a kid in it with the same name as my youngest daughter, so that was pretty tough. But you get to learn to try and look at the evidence and not be biased by, because sometimes you see a person, he looks like a crack addict, or he has a little too many neck tattoos and stuff like that. But I would say, because we do so many cases, you get to be better to put your biases aside. That's why I like our system better than we're going to pull some randos off the street.
Mm-hmm.
So, Shishi, you have to go?
Yes, I do have to jump out of here. I got a couple of things to take care of, like go get some more beer, things like that. Well, and then I've got a little bit of work to do, and I guess David's going to be covering afternoon Oh, that's what Jamie's saying.
Well,
so
he's
that's-
still having his crumbly thing, so I'm just gonna get going, keep going till he's ready.
okay. Well, I'll if you're still up and about whenever I get done, I'll jump back in here, brother.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you for having me. I appreciate you.
You're more than welcome.
Very interesting case indeed.
Sure is.
All right,
Yeah.
see you guys, chat.
From what little I have heard, I would say guilty and of some, if the lower charges, but not murder. Maybe negligent use of a gun. Yeah, and they charged her with what would kind of be like premeditated murder. That she went down there, but we can see in the video she didn't have her gun out when she went to the window.
Yeah. What were the charges again exactly?
It's felony murder, that's unaliving someone, like a second-degree murder, and malice murder, which is kind of the same. Georgia has 3 different types of murder, and all of those are with intent. And I don't see the intent here.
And then she got a bunch of gun charges, right?
Yeah, she got 3 charges of weapon possession doing a crime. How do I say tattoo wrong?
Tattoo? Maybe it's just the tattoo. Yeah, and false imprisonment is one too.
Yeah, false imprisonment. Yeah, yeah. But MLS is covering the Crumbly case, so he will be going on that until that's done, because he's going to cover the parents' case as well. He will be live in court for that. So I'm just going to keep going till he's ready. We normally split this case at noon because it's 6:30 my time p.m. So it's nice I can get off, but I'll keep it going. So we need it.
Mhm.
Why does the ninja spiker have no shuriken? Because it keeps throwing them away. Exactly. That's why it has a syringe and a knife. So yeah, you're decidedly biased against Georgia and Wisconsin. Yeah, I'm not going to any of those places when I come to the US. An example of my biases is one of my cousins was shot in the off-duty cop that was out of uniform. That cop ended up getting promoted too much. Yeah, that's I understand that one. And MG Law, if you don't know him, he is a real lawyer. Says she has every right to follow him and perform a citizen's arrest on him under the statute. If a struggle ensued, she was then entitled to use force in effectuating the arrest. But they changed the ruling after the Ahmad Jamie, help me out. Ahmad Bradley?
You had no, I can't say it. Aubrey.
Aubrey, yeah, Ahmad Aubrey case.
Ahmad, yeah. They haven't brought it up in this case at all, so we have no idea if they're really, harping on the fact that in 2019 that was the law in Georgia. You were allowed to perform a citizen's arrest if somebody doing something like that.
If you witness them doing a crime and fleeing the scene, you are allowed to back then. Well, Flux, I can tell you what it is in Danish, and that will just sound like I'm falling down the stairs, because that's tatovering. So that's way different.
Thing is, what you guys are saying too is like, this isn't, unfortunately, we know this isn't about the law. It's about emotion. It's about how you feel about somebody driving and taking matters into their own hands on somebody else. So that's just how I think the jury's going to see it, unfortunately. I don't see it, but
no, and that's always the problem we have in cases like this, is that it's not about the law, it's about the jury. Because the jury can, even though the law says, well, she's clearly innocent, the jury can say, no, she's guilty. Then they have to go through an appeal. And for those of you who don't know about the case I have running in the bottom of the screen, it's because tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, they will be covering a documentary coming out about the Zachariah Anderson case, another case where a guy is, in my opinion, clearly innocently convicted of a crime I just can't see happening the way that the state implied. And that was the same thing. They just made up so much crap evidence. So if you haven't looked into that case, and you want to be depressed, you should go and watch that case. So
Well, yeah, because the prosecutor in her opening statement, everything was about
audacity.
Woman, this 65-year-old old man, she ran him down, she blocked him in, she beat him up just because she didn't like the way he was driving. I mean, he wasn't just minding his own business driving. He got in a pretty hefty accident prior to this, but that was what they were putting out there, was just the audacity of this woman to insert herself into the situation, and now he's not here anymore.
Exactly. And it was so much an emotional opening more than a factual opening. So it was weird that they didn't really go into the facts of the case or the law. They just the audacity of this woman.
Yes, that was
So,
that was the key word in the entire opening, was the audacity of this woman.
Yeah. No, of course, 57 isn't old or 65 isn't old, but that was what they said. So, and actually, the statute in Georgia, if you commit a crime against a person 65 or older, is it'll take the punishment for. I wrote it down. The punishment for aggravated assault from normally it's 1 to 20, but if it's a 65-year plus victim, it's 3 to 20. So it is an enhancement. Yet, if he was gotten in a separate accident and hurt someone, then she still would have been railroaded for not. Yeah, that's another thing we always talk about on this channel is no matter what you do, it's the wrong thing you do when you end up in court. Had she let him go by and he had hit a kid, she would probably be there because she didn't stop the accident. Now she followed him. That's wrong. It's the same if you use hollow point. Hollow point is way too deadly. If you use full metal jacket, they are way too penetrative. And that's why whenever you get understand, everything you do is wrong. So that's why you don't talk to cops, and you always get an attorney.
Yeah, and I mean, like, how do you feel about the fact that there was a struggle with the gun, and maybe he did pull the trigger, by within the struggle, and it, like, does that make a difference to you?
Again, she has what to me it looks like he's grabbing her left arm, because that's what I think we can see on the still photo, that her left arm is in the car and she's reaching and pulling her pew stick. And if she's putting it forward and saying, let go, and he grabs that, because with the extra DNA on the slide, it seems like that he could have been grabbing that. And if she didn't have her finger out of the trigger guard and he pulls, then it's like she says, because on a 911 call, she said, he pulled the trigger with my finger.
Yeah.
And again, if he's doing this, then you will do it, yeah. Brendan, this unfortunately will be a race trial, but that doesn't mean all your raging idiots in chat can't hit the like button. Well, yeah, I would certainly appreciate you doing the like button, so it helps all the times and all the wares. And Brandon, you're going right back on the wall of fame, not the one for maps.
I mean, because like with it happening that way, I mean, it wouldn't be self-defense, would it? It would just be like it's an
Could be
accident.
an accidental, yeah. But it will happen. It would happen in a struggle for. So it would be a kind of a self-defense.
Kind of, yeah, like
Brandon.
it's a self-defense, but also it was an accident because clearly if she didn't pull the trigger and there was struggling and it happened accidentally, but then people would be like, but you didn't need it. Well,
Yeah, that's what Peter says. She's an aggressor with a gun out that decides to struggle with the guy. She's at fault. Yeah, you can spin it that way too. And that's why I really want the evidence to clearly show that that the state is right in their presumptions, because it's not she could have, would have, should have. It's what can we prove, because everyone is guilty until proven innocent until proven guilty.
I just don't believe she's guilty of what they're charging her with at all. By any means.
Nailing, you did hear your name. You are the most beautiful map on the wall. And thank you for being a member for a month. Oh, that doesn't earn a. That's not one of the.
Yeah, the charges don't fit, is what it is.
Yeah. I never heard a witness taken back to go over their testimony before the defense cross-examination. I can't wait to hear what David think of this. I'm angry. The judge is so corrupt. I absolutely never, ever, ever heard anything like this as well. It seems so weird. And that they're allowed to. Normally you can ask him and said, in your previous statements, you said, and impeach him with prior knowledge or with prior testimony. But you can't take him to a back room, and you could clearly see he was told what he should be careful of saying. To me, at least, it was clear that he was told, try to disrupt this as much as possible.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Flux wants me to say tattooing again.
Tattooing.
What?
Is that what it is, Flux? You like the way he I like tattooing.
Do I have a U sound? It's funny because in my head I have perfect English.
You do have perfect.
When I listen back to it, I can hear a very heavy Scandinavian accent. I think it's YouTube's algorithm or something that's changing my very perfect Queen's English to King's now. But tattooing.
Tattooing.
Well, Lefty, I'm not sure even I could do that. No, manslaughter that's just not premeditated, I think. Atheist, and thank you for being a member for a month, and thank you for listening to the coverage I did. Well, I do. I shouldn't have jumped into the whiskey. Flux can get hotter. I don't believe that. Well, facts not in evidence. My English is better than some of the help. Well, I know the expert and Dave, so I know not all Americans has the best grasp on the English language as well. It's like an earworm.
Tickles your ears.
I don't know what. It's like Star Wars. No, Tatooine is Tatooine. I say tattoo. Is it because I say the second O as a U?
Yeah, you say it like tattoo.
Ratatouille.
Ratatouille.
No, ratatouille.
Ratatouille.
It's a French dish.
Yeah.
Georgia is a very pro-state place, especially around Fulton County and Atlanta. Yeah, and that's where it is. Will there be a stabule day tomorrow? Genitals. If I don't die because I started drinking whiskey, and I probably should be up again at 2 a.m. my time and do a show with Dave. There will be a stabule day tomorrow at 9 a.m. and let's see how many of the angels show up, and we'll see how fast we'll go. I need to record 4 more videos because I'm gonna start with the Christmas Carol and there's 4 episodes I need to understand. Not I'm reading the chat. Jamie, I'm getting a little sauced. I need to read 4 episodes of A Christmas Tale tomorrow.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Well, it's I found the short version because the normal version takes 6 hours to read. I'm not going to do that. So I found a play, but there's 6 different parts in that play. So you will have 6 different versions of Danish accent in that play. Like I can see gun charges, but not murder. Negligent, I can see. So these charges don't fit. No, and the problem is they are overcharging, especially because they changed the law after the accident. So it seems like they are charging her by the new laws, especially because the NCAAP got involved in it. So it got a slight angle in the media. So yeah, I think that's one of the problems in this case is some of the witnesses seems like they have read a little too much in the media before they showed up in court.
Yep.
But that's totally fine because this judge will allow everything from the state. She hasn't agreed with the defense on any objections so far. Even the ones where you can clearly hear them, they have been leading all the way through. They have pulling a guy off to refresh his memory. It seems so shady. No. But it seems like in the video stills we saw that she didn't go to him with the pew stick out, but after he grabbed her arm. That's what I see.
Yeah.
Negligence is only a civil offense. Reckless is criminal. But we have the time. We can go back and see the stills because to me it looks like he has he grabs his arm before. Where is that handsome young devil? Because those stills were quite good actually to see in what order the gun came out. I don't think she had it out to begin with.
Yeah, because that was the thing with the witnesses too, is like I think the first one said she jumped out of the car and immediately pulled her gun.
Yeah.
Which I don't believe that because she didn't look like she had it on her until she was up to the window.
Oh, it's so early today.
And
yeah, they had a long break, that's why.
The second witness said she was just beating him with one hand and then had the gun in the other and then switched hands and then was beating him with the other hand, switching hands like the whole time.
And defendant's right hand.
Yeah, this is where I see him grabbing her left arm. Can we find the other one? I can't see her having the gun out here.
Mm-hmm.
And then.
And I'm sorry, but if she was just immediately out of her car beating on him, to me, that doesn't look like somebody who's just in the middle of a aggressive fight with somebody, just standing there.
No, but I can't see a gun in the first picture.
Do you see the display States Exhibit 22? And if you would.
I don't see a gun here.
Mm-hmm. I don't see one either.
No. But there's a struggle after. And Nailing says, I'm a map, that's why I'm trying to fill your wall up so I can finally sleep peaceful. Well, you're doing an excellent job. And your friend Brendan is more than contributing to this cluster. Now the wall fell. And Nailing us, can we play the video again? I was trying to nail proof myself. had a work called missed it. Which part of the video? This part where she's at the car? Is that the part you want to see again?
He wants to hear the video?
Um,
'Cause we only
did
got
he have any wounds on his face? No, he had a slight mark on the left side on his chest. But yeah, we can. It's right after this. They play it again, I believe.
A couple of questions to see if you're interviewed.
My interview? No, I have not.
Nading, Brandon, we don't see the video. We only see still from it. But right around here, we can hear the audio. The video has been played, but it's not been showed. Probably because Lorne and Krim have been in problems with showing unalive people on YouTube before. But I think we can hear the interaction here.
Okay. So I'm going to just ask you a couple of questions, and if it doesn't,
You may.
I have not
Okay.
watched her interview.
4 years to watch. Have you had?
It's somewhere around here. I'll find it. Come on. Move it, move it, move it.
Mhm.
Play nice, YouTube. It always happens when we try to find stuff. Come on.
But I believe they only said there was the one video from a cell phone, and the
Yeah.
rest all just witnesses saying what they saw. But I mean, you never know.
Come on. It's always when you want to find something specific.
I know.
Here's you.
Yes.
Do you recall what the?
No comment.
Do you recall had seen what happened?
If you want to watch the Gaza's YouTube, yeah, but no pew-pews. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm gonna play now. That's the audio from the video. We are not gonna see the video because they don't show it, but this is the audio. She says she gets to the car. They get in a kerfuffle. Oh, she hasn't said that yet, but that's what the defense said. The witnesses said she came out, starting banging on his car, beating him up, yelling, screaming, using all the colorful words. And this is the only audio of the incident. That was the one. And of course it.
I heard her say he just pulled the trigger.
Yeah, that's what I hear too. He just pulled the trigger. And that's all the audio evidence there is in this case. Besides a 911 call where she goes back and said, he just pulled the trigger with my finger.
Mm-hmm.
So how they built this case around her by the witnesses being described as yelling profanities as at an old black guy, I really don't see. And how this DA stood there and, oh, the profanities, the audacity. It seemed a
Just
little
hospital. Like that was all she talked about.
Yeah. Thank you, Nailing. I dropped another one.
Like he was just trying to get to the hospital, and she followed him and had the audacity to stop him, and you know, they're putting her demeanor into the trial also with how, because they asked one of the witnesses like how she was or whatever, and she just, it's like she didn't care, and she was very calm. They said that a couple times. So, but I mean, What was she supposed to be doing? What is the actual rate
Exactly.
you should be
It's
having?
always wrong, whatever you, no matter what you do, it's wrong.
Exactly. I believe the audio too, Brad, because they said she was coming out with throwing the F, like she said the F bomb like 100 million times and all kinds of stuff. And all I heard was stop, 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 bang, bang.
Yeah.
Then he pulled the trigger. And this all happened very fast. So I don't know.
Thank you, Brandon. Wait, where's Valhalla? Is he sober right now on a Friday? Well, is Valhalla sober right now on any day?
Hi,
That's a
Valhalla.
bigger question.
Hey, Val. What's up-y? Crazy hair.
Do they apply laws at the time the event was committed? Georgia got rid of. Yeah, because you can't retro enact a law, because that would be then they could nail you for driving 70 miles per hour on a road the 31st of December if the speed limit was changed the 1st of January.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't charge her with anything else.
I absolutely agree that if it was the law and you're allowed to do it,
yeah,
I think the charges on her are crazy.
This room is going to look like the scene out of Beautiful Mind soon, and I like it. Which room? My chat room?
Dave asked if you're ready.
Yeah, but he said I'm yeah. Can you?
Hang
on. I don't know how the Beautiful. I never watched The Beautiful Mind. I don't know. Is it a good movie? Thank you, Brandon.
No.
Can you tell Sean Bird what he missed today while I'm writing?
Oh Lord, Sean Bird. You missed a lot of chaos today. God, we've been talking about the one guy so much. Was there anything really? I mean, really, we just got the Emmy today that we found out he was the shot went into the right side of his abdomen to his out the left, like left side of his back. So
Yeah.
it entered into the right side of his body. And he was sitting in the seat when he supposedly was shot. So make sense. And they did find out that his toxicology came back. They didn't find any alcohol or drugs and nothing with blood sugar issues. They couldn't really determine, but nothing that apparently looked out of the ordinary, you know. So then we get
then we got the video we just showed was a guy driving by, and he was pulled after direct to go back to have his memory refreshed before cross-examination.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had another ME said there were 3 sets of DNA on the slide, and then he came back and got really, really defensive. And
well, the guy on the stand was the guy who took the video with his cell phone.
Yeah, and he got very, very specific about not being able to recognize stuff and couldn't say anything after he had been back and talked to the people helping him remembering his testimony. The same guy who absolutely made no deal to make his DUI go away after he agreed to testify.
Mm-hmm.
And legendary, in your system of reusing jurors, do attorneys have a record on how you have voted on cases or the outcome of cases you have been on? No, because we are there and we just come there. Maybe I bet there's some lawyers who are happy to see me and some lawyers really hate to see me as a lay person in court. But I have been, because we do have appeals as well, and I have been overturned on 0 appeals because we get the notice if it goes to appeal. I have only had my sentences being raised. So I must do something that's correct according to the law. But no, well, we get to know them because we use like the same 10 lawyers in my little town, and we're part of the system, all of us, even though we are not really part of the system. So we don't. I don't think they keep a track of us, but I think they have some they like more than others because some are a little softer and some are a little harder. So I don't know. I think some of them hate me because I have done some of the bigger cases we have had. We had normally on the level I am is up till 4 years. So, but still, I get called in on the bigger cases where you could get above 4 years. I had a guy with multiple rape charges. I had, oh, I shouldn't say that word because now I lost my monetization. And a guy who unalived his girlfriend because she wouldn't let him go back out drinking. That was a hard case because who can say no to a drink? And yeah. Yeah, as I X'd you, they should be back now at 1. So if you set up your stream, I'll redirect over to you, and then I'll get my dinner and be ready for 2 a.m. hopefully tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern, where you're gonna cover the Free Zachariah Anderson thing. No, it's he was supposed to take over now. So yeah. Softer, harder, talking about driveways. Yeah. Not about lawyers. Maybe they took him in the back and Men in Black used a neuralizer on him, then told him what really happened. It seemed like he got really defensive. What do you think, Jamie? Didn't he change his demeanor?
Oh, I liked when they gave him the pictures of his video, the stills from his video, and he's and then when the lawyer objected to one being zoomed in, he's like, "Yeah, I was looking at that one too after." Like, get out of here. So yeah, his demeanor changed a little bit.
Yeah, it seemed kind of like he was told, "You're a DUI and you're a truck driver, so a DUI will ruin your life. So maybe just go in there and not remember everything."
Well, my problem is a lot of them that once the defense comes up, they seriously get a little bit like, "I can't believe you're even questioning me." Like
Yeah.
that's kind of attitude they get.
Yeah, as we call it on this channel, defense dementia. Everyone forgets. Every state witness forgets everything as soon as the defense asks them questions because, yeah, maybe they are cops or maybe it's kind of like the Travis Rudolph case where it's not my job. Well, did you look for evidence? No, that's not my job. Well, who is it? Who's supposed to do it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you so much for enjoying us, and thank you for participating in chat. We really like we really like when people participate. Dave, you didn't see the video. We only had stills from the video, but you heard the video. Hey, Wendy, welcome.
Hi, Wendy.
So you haven't had a video today, but you have heard the sound from the video and saw 2-3 stills from the video.
Yeah, so you'll have to like pull those up while you're over there so you can get a good look at them and what you think.
Yeah, they're roughly around. They're like 3 hours ago. And are you going over to play with David? No, go away, Jamie, when I'm talking to you.
You're
Hi.
back.
Yeah. No, but yeah, to me it just seems like this. I don't know why I get surprised because it's like this in every case where the state just pulls shenanigans. Dave had the nice top-down view of the intersection yesterday. If you haven't seen it, ask him to show you. Yeah, I should have that to paint on instead of just painting an intersection. Well, I don't know if it's totally a race issue, but like much of what happened since 2019, and again, I'm talking as a foreigner who only watches what happens in the US in the news. It looks like whenever there's a crisis where you can blame it on that, they do it to maximize their own. I won't say profit, even though some of the organizations made a lot of profit, but their own agenda. Oh, thank you, Nathan C, for gifting a membership, and Legendary Racing was gifted a membership, and Wendy H have been a proud pie for a month. Thank you for supporting me for a month, Wendy. Oh, you've been supporting me since I started. Race haven't been mentioned at all, but Audacity have been mentioned a lot. And Nathan goes on the wall next to Brandon in a good way, not the bad way. No, I haven't heard race mentioned, but it's just the entire. If you go look the case up in the news and stuff like that, it has been mentioned a lot of times that it was because he was a certain color and she was a different color, and which I haven't seen, because the guy who told her to follow him and get the tag, he was a black gentleman as well. So I don't see how that should be an indication of her being a racism. Thank you, Nathan. No, it's probably not going to be overtly mentioned in court. It's probably going to be under the radar. Oh, how sweet of you, Wendy. Happy to support my hobby. Well, now I don't know if Farrell will be happy with me being your hobby as well, but she's sleeping, so we can pretend while she's asleep. Then you go on the wall. Oh. See. Thank you, Wendy. I can't turn my that way. I'm getting too old for this, Nick. And Let's Go Brandon says, oh, poop, Dave is going to shake me down for 25. Just tell him to take it out of whatever Val must. He owes him a lot of shotguns as well, probably. So tell him to take it out of it. And things will escalate. You sure you need to eat? Well, if I'm to be back streaming in 5 hours at 2 a.m. and after you got me to open a little of the gentleman, I need a little bit of sleep. But just get Valhalla to go on over there and tell Mr. David not to shake you down, because he's a lawyer. As he has got anything you owing him. And drums for the mask. Well, thank you for having been member for a month. And Peter A, thank you for an entertaining morning. No, thank you for sticking around and watching.
Play something on the record, but I'd rather it be at the bench, please.
Yeah, if you lick Val's for, you will be drunk after all the liquor he spills on it when he's shotgunning a beer. It's like watching a college girl try to shotgun a beer for the first time. Oh, hi, Val. I didn't see you. But thank you, Brandon. And Peter A. Peter must be Peter Andre. Mysterious girl, I want to be next to you. Have your body next to mine. You think it's hitting you now? Yeah, just the vapors coming off Val's 4. Someone needs to get that clip from Caddyshack of Chevy Chase throwing the shot over his shoulder and snorting the salt. That's Val. Yep. You know he's been a bouncer, and they always, oh, yeah, get me a drink, and then the bartender makes them a Shirley Temple instead of a rum and coke. I'm apparently a polygamist. Will you have a reality show? Well, it'll only be, well, I'm not married, so I'm just sleeping around. I'm not, and poly is kind of, yeah, I don't, well, as long as Farrell don't find out. So, because if Farrell finds out, it's going to be bad.
Dennis, you can bring the jurors in.
Jimmy, I'm going to have another bio break. That beer goes right through me.
No problem.
Maybe I should get Val on to entertain Brandon while if he is not hurting his goats.
Ugh, we're not entertaining enough.
Well, when
Probably not. I'm distracted. I'm sorry.
well, maybe Valhalla can explain how not to make a shotgun.
Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. I hope your lunch was good and that you're ready to listen to the additional evidence that will be presented this afternoon. Chief Assistant, you may go ahead and call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Detective Tracy Moore.
Yeah.
And if you would please remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give before the court in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
You can take your hand down and have a seat. And if you would please introduce yourself to the jury.
Hi, good afternoon. I am Detective Tracy Moore. I'm with the Clayton County Police Department. I'm currently in the Criminal Investigation Division. I have been in that role for, it was 6 years in November, and I've been with the department for, it'll be 10 years in February.
Well, thank you for answering the first 7 questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was
Okay, let's move
I'm
on.
sorry.
I'm good with it. We're good with it. How long have you been a police officer?
For, it'll be 10 years in February.
And are you post-certified?
I am.
And were you post-certified law enforcement officer back in May of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
And if I was following along, you have also still been in CID in 2019, is that
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And just, what is CID?
The Criminal Investigation Division, we just investigate different types of crimes that can't be handled right there on the road.
So do you occasionally then respond to scenes after the uniform division has tried to handle what they can handle?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you working and on duty on May the 7th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
As it relates to this particular case, did you respond to the actual scene of the incident, or did you go somewhere else as part of your initial duty?
I did not. I went somewhere else.
And did you respond to Southern Regional Medical Center?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Is it common at the Clayton County Police Department Criminal Investigations Division for multiple detectives to be assigned tasks for one case?
Yes, ma'am.
And were there multiple detectives doing various things as it relates to this particular shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you respond to Southern Regional Medical Center around 6:50 p.m. on May the 7th?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the purpose?
Rachel K., the quick recap, the cliff notes, the first The first witness testified he drove by the scene, saw something, filmed it, and he couldn't really see what was going on because she had his back to her. They played the video. We only heard the sound, but we saw some stills from it. Then before the cross, there was a long break, and he was taken out to refresh his memory with the officers, which I have never seen before. Maybe Dave can talk about it because he's a lawyer. Then we had the ME who said he was shot from right to left in the stomach, but couldn't tell in which position his body had been in, or which position she had to been in to have done it. Then we had a DNA expert testifying there's 3 sets of DNA on the slide of the gun, hers and 2 others, which one of them was determined to be male, but couldn't determine to be the victims. Then the guy came back, and all of a sudden his demeanor had changed a lot, and he started to be, well, I can't see what's on these pictures. They're very zoomed in, and I don't know anything. So he got very defensive after being out there with the prosecution for like 45 minutes or something like that. And then we had our lunch break, and now we got into this lady who's the one who responded to the police. Yeah, no mask. Funny how not all of them needs them. There's a pattern with the mask. Yeah. It's funny how some of them, as one told me over on Rumble, it seems like they're trying to hide their identity more than hide away from any coups. So, yeah. Well, we had fun, Valhalla. Well, Rachel K., that's why you watch the trial with someone to talk about it instead of just watching it on Lawn and Crim, because then you can get the recaps. And thank you for watching.
Of going there?
To view the victim of a gunshot wound.
And to determine his status?
Yes.
Once you were there, were you able to confirm that Mr. Herring had in fact passed away from his gunshot wound?
I was.
And as a response to that, did you then contact the Georgia Bureau of Investigations to set up the autopsy that occurred?
I did.
In addition to confirming the status of Mr. Herring, did you also assist in executing search warrants of the 2 vehicles that were involved in of Ms. Payne's vehicle and Mr. Herring's vehicle?
Your Honor, Judge, I understand. These are leading questions. I understand trying to get the details out, but this was kind of the compound that was leading that evidence that had not been brought in, was brought in the question. I would just ask to curtail it back into the leading question.
Your response?
That was a very open-ended question. I asked if she assisted in executing a search warrant. I didn't tell her what the answer was, which would have made the question leading.
So I'm going to overrule the objection.
I overruled. Of course you overruled it.
Did you assist in executing search warrants on the defendant's vehicle and Mr. Herring's vehicle?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Where did the execution of those search warrants take place?
In our CSI bay at our police headquarters.
And would the execution of that search warrant, would there have been photographs taken during that?
Yes, ma'am.
Show you what has been pre-marked as six exhibits 23, 24, and 25.
Yeah. She's allowing everything from the state and nothing from the defense.
Exterior, portions of the exterior of the defendant's vehicle.
Well, the county photographer did, yes, ma'am, but yes, I was present.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And can you look through 23, 24, and 25 to determine if there's fairly and accurately depict things that you observed during the search of that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
You want to state with tender 23, 24, and 25.
Any objection?
Even though she did not take the pictures, I think she's identified it, so no.
Admitted without objection.
And again, not to say anything about any, but the only people who have been wearing masks have been of a certain melatonin level. So I don't know if it's because they're afraid if she's going to be found innocent that they get in trouble.
As it relates to state's exhibit, well, that's not correct. Take that out. Now, just a moment, sir.
Yes, you may.
Was there ammunition that was recovered from the defendant's vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's what is depicted in state's exhibit number 23, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, were you aware as part of this investigation that there was some contention that the defendant's vehicle and Mr. Herring's vehicle had made contact prior to the shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you therefore look for any possible damage to the defendant's vehicle?
I did.
And using state's exhibit number 24, is there some scratch or smudge that you documented as part of that damage?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also locate some potential damage near one of the tires?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that damage what is depicted in state's exhibit number 25?
Yes, ma'am.
The first witness said he didn't hit the car.
Yeah, the first witness said he didn't hit the car. The second witness said he made impact, and then this guy did.
Did you also photograph some items and some things in Mr. Herring's vehicle as well?
We did.
Have photographs. Yes. I'm going to show you state's exhibit.
Hey, Trevlin, how are you doing? Why is she dressed like a sister wife? Well, because she probably either have a lot of cats or know which football team Flux is playing on.
27, 28, and 29.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, you know it better than me.
And do you recognize the contents of those exhibits?
I do.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the state of Mr. Herring's car during the execution of the search warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
Under state tenders, states exhibit 26, 27, 28, and 29.
Any objection, Attorney Tucker? Okay, admitted without objection.
Were you able to make any general observations about just what I would call the state of the interior of Mr. Herring's vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
What were those observations?
There were tools and that type of thing. I believed he was probably a contractor or did some type of handyman type work.
And were there a lot of tools located in that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you agree that it was a rather cluttered type vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, everyone, I'm going to redirect you all over to Dave, MLS Law. He is a real lawyer who lives in Michigan, and he will be doing the afternoon shift. Thank you all so much for coming by, all the Vices Raiders who stayed. And Jamie, of course, thank you so much to you. Thank you, Brandon's friend Nailing, for all the contributions, all the other people for gifting memberships, and for re-signing and all of that stuff. Carlene for the corner kisses. Thank you so much. It's getting close to 7:30 p.m. my time, so I'll end the stream. You can go right over to Dave. He will pick it up, and go have fun with him. He's a real lawyer, just like a real boy. And as Brandon says, if you don't know, not like Brandon said. because he said it was a racism if you didn't like and subscribe. But it's very appreciated if you like and subscribe. And I'm just gonna go have me some dinner, and Goats will probably get there when he finished working, so Brandon can tell him that that shotgun from the other day was weak, even from a fake Navy man like him. And Jamie will be over there as well.
Yeah.
See you all later.
Bye.
Bye.